being passed around. We will make sure that those amendments are sent to you via email if you're on the phone. So we will be starting soon.
Okay, thanks, Felix.
the meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The roll call will be a little bit out of order. It's not going to be in the same way as the dais because we just haven't set that up in the new system. So please bear with us. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Sorry,
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Okay.
Here.
Thanks.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break to handle a technical issue.
John Crabb, could you please help us with
Okay. All right. Looks like we're good.
Sorry,
Thank you.
it looks like we're good. Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Weddleton.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Thank you. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdilla. Next, minutes of previous meetings. There are none. Next, Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The information we have is that our efforts to slow the spread of COVID have been successful. We will continue to monitor very closely the progress that we are making. We will continue to hope that the people of the municipality practice the safety measures that we know are effective. And if we are able to, we will look very closely at relaxing some of the restrictions that are in place as part of the 4-week reset. And I just wanted to make sure the Assembly was aware of the progress that has been made.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. So a few things. First is, I haven't talked about this in a while, but regarding the census, as most folks have likely seen in the news, we are, if not the lowest, among the lowest reporting in the nation. So if, just a reminder to all of our constituents and everyone we know throughout Alaska to get counted. And actually, I had an enumerator at my door earlier today trying to get into my apartment building to go talk to some other individuals in the building. So the census is out there trying to enumerate folks. So please be counted. As I stated earlier today, today we are having our first full-blown meeting with OnBase. So please have patience with the clerk and I as we navigate this system Want to really acknowledge a lot of the work that the clerk's office and Dennis Wheeler have done to get us prepared for today. It's been tremendous. And then last, for folks listening in who are here to testify on the phone, on some of our items that are later on in our agenda, just want to put it out there that we may or may not get through some of our later items on the agenda, but I invite you to stay with us just in case we do. Then last, want to thank the public and assembly members for your patience as we work to fix the sound system in the chambers. A lot of work has happened this week, so we hope you can hear the difference. First, the new sound system is much more sensitive, so even though you've been told in the past to speak up, that's not something that you're going to need to do anymore. So for members on the phone, please speak in a normal tone of voice. We've noticed that the louder you are, the more the speech breaks up. Here are a few other tips. So do not have your phone on speaker. Speakerphones introduce a myriad of extraneous noise into your speech. Mute your television or the live stream if you are following along. If not, there is a delay and it will echo and will complicate your speech. Make sure there is limited ambient noise from your location, and make sure you are on a location that has good cell service if you are on a cell. If you have a headset, please use it. Headsets will give a more consistent signal and reduce room noise. For members in the chambers, please feel free to test your mic before the meeting or during breaks. Again, because the new sound system is more sensitive, you should be 6 inches away from your mic. We have the vendors and the OIT team here just in case you need assistance. With that ends my chair report, so we'll move on to committee and liaison reports. I'll start on this side with Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. Alden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness will meet next week on Wednesday the 19th. We have 2 primary items before us. One is we're going to learn more about the mass shelter at Sullivan Arena. And I will be sending out information to members if you would individually like to arrange a tour in advance of that conversation. And then we will also be hearing from the administration about all of the actions that have been taken since COVID-19 around homelessness to get really a full update on where we're at and what we need to consider moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Gordillo.
Thank you. The Public Safety Committee will meet tomorrow at 11 a.m. We will be discussing use of force policy in the municipality. We'll also be talking about an audit and maintenance issues for the Anchorage Fire Department. We'll be reviewing a list of all of the concerns that have been brought forward by the community and administration and others related to public safety and talking about how we're going to work through those over the course of the next months and year. And finally, we'll do a recap on the alcohol tax from the Town Hall and the Public Safety Committee recommendations moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing else to add. And you can give me some feedback on whether or not you're getting any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'm not getting any feedback, but you are soft on our end, so we will work on that on our end. Then next I have Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I don't have a report yet on the agenda for the upcoming Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee, but it's coming and I'll have some details soon.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to give an update on the Health Policy Committee. We met last week, I believe, and I just have a couple of things to share with everyone.
Folks on the phone, if you can please mute, I'm getting a lot of extraneous noise on my end. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard from Director Panetta that the Health Department is working on a white paper regarding racism as a public health crisis. As we know, a lot of public health issues are disproportionately felt by people of color, and so she'll be producing, with probably her success with that report. There are also some upcoming animal control changes, which I think some members have received emails about. My understanding is that animal control, along with the appropriate commission, is working through that and will eventually bring something forward to all of us. So that's what I've been telling folks who have reached out. Director Pineda presented to us some great resources, both state and muni, and walked through the websites. And just so the public knows, if you haven't been using those websites, there's some great information there on COVID and its impacts locally. We also talked about alcohol tax. Director Pineda and Ms. LaFrance and I and others have continued to push for spending some of that money on prevention, knowing that that will have a bigger impact in our future and in future generations. And Ms. Pineda recommended that we distribute funds via competitive outcome-based grants to community providers and schools. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No committee report, but I just want to tell my colleagues that you think we're getting a lot of emails now. Just wait till the animal control leash law thing comes up. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report today.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Alaska Municipal League is having their summer conference this week. It was originally scheduled to be held in Fairbanks, but it is a virtual conference, and it's going on Monday through Thursday this week, and I've been calling in when I've got a spare couple minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on then in our agenda to the addendum to the agenda. And actually, before we do that, we need to go through our lay on the table items, which I believe we have 2 items laid on the table. One is a substitute version of an item on our agenda, so we don't need to take any action on that to add it to our agenda. But we do have one other item that was added to our agenda, which we will need to take action on. That is an unnumbered AM, approval of change order number 1 to EP Roofing Contract for additional change order authority for Service High School partial roof replacement project maintenance and operations. So at this time, I need a motion to lay this item on the table.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would the administration like to speak to the justification for this item?
Through the chair, this is Alex Slivka. This is pretty straightforward. They're doing some work on the service high pool. They got into the roof and they realized the structure was bad, and so rather than leave a hole in the roof, they are asking for this so that they can go forward, fix the underlying structure, and fix the roof.
Thank you. Just give us a second. We're trying to figure out what the number would be for this item.
May I ask a question in the meantime, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
I was just going to ask Mr. Slivka, we have the requirements that we passed on when we can lay an item on the table. Would you mind, and I think I can pull it up for you if you don't have it, but would you mind articulating essentially the reason for the urgency of this item?
Yes, sorry, through the chair. Timeliness, we only discovered this over the weekend, and so we didn't have a chance to put it in time for the addendum, which is why we're, with apologies, laying it on the table, because we only discovered it, and we would like to get it fixed as quickly as possible.
And may I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair? And so could we put this on the August 25th agenda, or does it need to be passed tonight? And if it needs to be passed tonight, can you just describe why?
I think I'll defer to Mr. Wilbur for that one.
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur, Director, Office of Management and Budget. I also have Alan Chakowski should be on the phone as well. Ms. Quinn Davidson, so we have an opportunity to ask the Assembly for the contract amendment tonight, and we would hope that you'd support this. The alternative is we have 2 options. One, we could stop work and leave the plastic on the roof for 2 weeks, or we could tell the contractor to go ahead and close the roof and then ask for forgiveness later. And since we did have the opportunity to do this late on the table item to amend the contract, that is the reason why we're doing it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That helped.
Thank you. I have one more person in the queue on this motion to lay the item on the table. Before I get to you, though, just want to one more tip for folks on the phone. If you can speak a little bit slower, I think that does help for understanding. Mr. Whittleton?
Sorry, I thought it's not up for discussion now, so correct.
Correct. It's just to lay it on the table.
Jumping the gun. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. In a second.
I'll use this pause to say I support this resolution to raise the roofing contract.
Is he a dad?
That was a Ethan Berkowitz memorial pun.
Do we have a second?
I moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Members may proceed to vote to lay this item on the table.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item is that motion is approved 10-1. So for the members, this item is going to be numbered 10D14. Okay, so that completes our laid on the table procedure. Next, we're moving on to the addendum to the agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items as printed and distributed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to this motion? Okay, seeing none, then those items are incorporated. Next, we have appearance requests.
I have a point of order.
sorry about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's jump. So on this one, 10B4 2022-96, we got another version of it. It looks like, is it supposed to be an S version? It looks like it incorporates some of Mr. Constant's amendments, but it's not labeled.
So I don't know if it's an S or if just an illustrated version.
Yeah,
so I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Constant is saying it's an illustrated version. Okay, go ahead.
Well, there were questions about what was the effect, and it was so hard to communicate with all those little details that it was asked to make it, what would it look like if it passed? And so it is literally, as the chair said, illustrative.
Yeah, okay. No, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so then we're going to move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. So we don't have any appearance requests, so we're going to move on to initial audience participation. So for this initial audience participation,
Were we supposed to pull items, Mr. Chair?
that happens after
Okay, thank you.
our appearance requests, yeah. So for this initial audience participation, sorry, this is an old school. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair, but not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. So, first we have Mr. Ron Oliva.
Yes, Ron Oliva.
Mr. Oliva, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. And if you missed the entrance into the library,
I think there's more people and patriots outside than line the 4th of July parade. So I think you're seeing some democracy in action. But my concern is over my parcels and the 4 parcels being allegedly put out to be purchased with CARES money. I can address the 4 parcels, but my own vetting of my parcel as a sale to the city has gone amiss because the same fair play is not being applied across the board. And I want to reference it took 2 years of vetting on my parcel with me paying half the appraisal, no commission, a $50,000 study on the impact with recommendations to the municipality to purchase the property, along with input from the neighbors, input from any radical group, including the Third Avenue Radicals, and then an endorsement by the Fairview Community Council. Plus, my particular parcel is a continuance of a previous parcel where the municipality, I sold it to them under assessment. Now what I'm here speaking to is fair play and the same deck of cards apply to all purchases. Now Anchorage Christian Health was purchased and that went out of bounds as far as the appraisal, the purchase price, the moving, the cost, and why it was even done anyway as a priority. Now we have 4 other parcels, which I'm very experienced being next to a homeless shelter, and you're trying to move it to Midtown in a neighborhood that's just getting the tip of the iceberg, what it means to have a homeless shelter or a treatment center next door to or in your neighborhood. And I don't think this assembly has vetted or got feedback, accurate feedback from the public, other than the track record you left down at 3rd and Ingra at my property. And once you act like the Love Canal, pollute an area, and then you abandon it, how do you think those residents feel in the recovery mode? So I want fair play. I want to see transparency, and I want to see a checklist of the same procedures you used on my parcels,
Mr.
Anchorage Christian Health, and Felix.
Unfortunately, your
for being,
time is
yeah,
up.
no, but, well, and
But
here's the thing.
I
We're watching
appreciate
this,
your
Felix.
testimony. I have a question for you, actually. Mr. Weddleton?
Not actually a question. I wonder if there's someone on the administration who could verify. I don't believe that we bought Anchorage Christian Health, assuming that's the one on Vanguard.
Vanguard.
Yes, that is the Vanguard property.
Yeah.
Is there someone from the administration who could verify if we purchased that or not?
I don't know if Mr. Falsey is on the line, but to the best of my knowledge, no, we have not purchased that property as of yet. We are still discussing that with those owners.
And Felix, if you don't set up a clock that's visible, you're stifling freedom of speech and expression
Eva?
because you...
Thank you so much for participating. Next, we have Mr. Eugene Haberman.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Haberman. This is Felix Rivera. You are with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me
Loud and
okay?
clear.
Okay, I'll start my timer. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage, currently resident in Massachusetts. While addressing you tonight, I'm representing myself. Please note I follow the public process. The public process done appropriate decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'm now in my 9th year in this work. I continue to follow the public process, known by thousands of Alaskans throughout the state as self-appointed government watchdog. On July 28, 2020, the Anchorage Assembly voted and approved Resolution AR 2020-268, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly for a fourth extension of the proclamation of civil emergency COVID-19 issued by the mayor of the municipality of Anchorage on March 12, 2020. This item was placed on the agenda as an addendum and voted with, allowing for any public hearing. On July 28, 2020, the Anchorage Assembly discussed and voted on Resolution AR 2020-256 and AR 2020-256S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's orders and regulations issued on the proclamation of emergency COVID-19. Resolution AR 2020-256S was placed on the agenda and is laid on the table item and voted without allowing any public hearing. Today, our concerns in our community, in our state, in our nation, and throughout the world are focused on the World Health Emergency. Since this World Health Emergency in Alaska, elected and government officials, including you, have changed the process in holding public meetings. Before this World Health Emergency, I frequently reported the continued failure of elected and government officials, including you, in failing to comply with the following laws when holding public meetings. One is the Alaska Open Meetings Law, and the other is a separate law providing reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. Now, with the World Health Emergency, elected government officials, including you, have chosen to further restrict the conversation with the public during a public meeting. I do not disagree with the need to take appropriate measures in looking after the public health when conducting a public meeting during this World Health Emergency. But this is not the time to further restrict the conversation between the public and the elected and government officials before a decision is made. This World Health Emergency should allow for more of a conversation between the public and the elected and government officials before a decision is made. I believe when the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body will more likely be in the public interest. The public will be more comfortable with the decision and supportive. This mishandling of not providing appropriate public process has resulted in the decision made by the governing body be less likely in the public interest and the public be less comfortable with the decision and supportive. In addition, with the current World Health Emergency, this public process used today would only encourage the public to distrust elected and government officials more and to be more alarmed and in a state of panic. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Next, we have Mr. Zach Fields.
I think he wants to talk to a specific item.
It's a consent agenda.
Oh. Okay. Good testimony.
This is Zach.
Hi, Mr. Fields. This is Felix Rivera. We are on initial audience participation, which I have here specifically that you'd like to speak to one of our consent agenda items, item 10 Bravo 2. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thanks, Chairman Rivera and members of the Assembly. I just wanted to provide some background on the consent agenda item introduced by Mr. Weddleton and try to provide some clarity around funding and costs. So these projects, so the Assembly funded in round one, you funded $3 million in public works. These are public construction under both the federal and state definition of public construction, also called the Federal Davis-Bacon and the State Little Davis-Bacon Acts. Therefore, the labor costs per hour on those projects are going to be $60. That's dictated by state and federal law, and that labor cost is going to be the same whether it's a union or a non-union contractor performing the work. So I just want to provide clarity that, a union or non-union decision has zero impact on the cost of those projects. What it does have an impact on is the benefits and whether the folks working on those jobs have benefits like healthcare and pension benefits. As of today, there are 20 people who have been dispatched through those projects, 11 on the Little O'Malley Trail project, 9 more for tree clearing through Local 71. Of course, Local 71, that's an existing hiring hall arrangement with the Muni and Parks and Rec. We expect 11 more members to be dispatched very shortly for the tree clearing work through Local 71, as well as a few more members, exact number TBD, through the Single Track Advocates Trail Project, which just coincidentally was issued second through Parks and Rec. So those projects are underway. I think the process has been smooth. And, you know, for some of the new members who are new to the hiring hall process, they're already talking to our union about future work beyond this project. And that, I think, is a crucial question, you know, at a time when we've seen millions of Americans lose health insurance because they've lost employment. I think it's worth thinking about how do we make sure people can keep their health insurance during a time of a global pandemic. So when you have that hiring hall language in there, you are ensuring that people have access to health insurance benefits as well as pension benefits when they vest. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but in summary, the additional cost or the marginal cost of the municipality is zero with a hiring hall requirement. That's dictated by state and federal law. And when you have that hiring hall requirement, you do have the added benefit of providing people with some health insurance security, which is, I think, more important now than ever. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for participating. I don't have any questions for you. Next, we have Mr. Kevin Trimble. Hi, is this Mr. Trimble?
It is. I wanted to speak during the testimony part, not the initial part.
So I have you down as wanting to speak on item 10, Bravo 4.
No, sir. That is an error. I want to speak on AR 2020-296 and AR 90.
Yes. So, sir, that is, what was the second item that you wanted to speak on?
See, hang on a second. I've got my paper right here. The other item was 292.
Yeah, those are both consent. Sir, both of those items are resolutions in our consent agenda, so they're not public hearing items. So this is your opportunity to speak on both of those items. So
okay.
I have your timer set for 3 minutes. Welcome.
All right, thank you. I'll speak quickly on AR 296. I'm testifying in support of this resolution to allow the residents of Alaska or residents of Anchorage to participate fully and to allow their voices to be heard regarding ordinances and resolutions under consideration. To not allow the people an adequate opportunity to fully participate in the governance smacks of taxation without representation. For how can you honestly represent the people without allowing their participation or hearing their concerns? The current system of telephone testimony is cumbersome, disenfranchising, and does not allow people to fully express their concerns. And the email option is no better. The telephone testimony is not always clearly audible. The email testimony, while, quote, placed in the record, close quote, is not read into the record. Those providing written testimony have no assurances that all members of the Assembly read or comprehended the intent of the testimony. There is no obvious provision for the Assembly to question the person providing testimony in order to seek clarification. Not allowing in-person testimony gives the impression that the Assembly is using COVID as an excuse to avoid its constituents and clearly curtails or abridges the right to peacefully assemble as well as to seek redress of their grievances. The Assembly room is of adequate size to allow in-person testimony. This is evidenced by the Assembly having invited, quote, guests, close quote, to testify since the restrictions were put in place. The emergency order of the mayor is provided online as the reason for not allowing constituents into the room. This order can easily be amended at the will of the mayor to allow for your constituents to participate. I would urge you to encourage him to do so. There is no justifiable reason for not allowing as many constituents as space and safety protocols allow. even if it is only for the duration of their testimony, to be heard by those they elected. Each individual can testify and then leave the room to allow another to enter. My second one is Merriam-Webster defines emergency as an unforeseen combination of circumstances or the resulting state that calls for immediate action. In the first mainstream mention of COVID-19 that I have seen was January 26th on the front page of USA Today. It was a sidebar, and the death of Kobe Bryant was the headline, so it was easy to miss. It was mentioned that Moderna was already working on it to develop a vaccine. At that time, there were 5 confirmed cases in the U.S. Cases subsequently grew significantly, as one would expect of a novel virus. Being a novel virus, there's no known treatment beyond supportive care, and the health industry became overwhelmed. This was exacerbated by medical experts providing false information regarding the effectiveness of PPE. Further promoting... Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, your 3 minutes are up. And
that's why I wanted to speak to these separately.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not how this works for our consent agenda items. But I appreciate you participating, and I don't see any questions for you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have the consent agenda. So consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items, such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of these items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. With that, I'm going to go down the dais and see what folks would like to pull. I'm going to start on the other side with Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. Can I pull, hold on, 10B3, 10B4, please, 10F6, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
No items to pull this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming 10B2 will be pulled by Mr. Weddleton, but I'd like to pull that if that's not pulled. 10B3 and 10B4 have already been pulled, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Ms. LaFrance just pulled it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
10F7, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to pull item 10 Echo, hold on 1 minute, 9, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And just, I don't know, again, if this is our side, but you were a little bit soft there, but we still heard you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Actually, I didn't hear what she pulled. What did she pull?
10E9.
E9, okay. I think all of my items have been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
No additional items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
10E2.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go through the list, make sure we got everything. So I have 10B, 2, 3, and 4. I have 10E, 3, and 9. I have 10F, 6, and 7.
What's E2? What was E3?
Oh, okay. Just to confirm, Mr. Weddleton, it was 10E2 or 3?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 10E2 was mine. Okay.
Got it. Thank you. Any additional items? Okay, not seeing any. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to the motion? Okay, hearing none, then that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So with that, let's go ahead and start going through these items, starting with 10B2.
Move to approve.
Got to read it. Resolution number AR 2020-291. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending the public lands job program description in AM number 369-2020 as amended. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance, you pulled this. Did you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge a no vote on this resolution. And while I appreciate Mr. Weddleton's approach to trying to find the most economically viable way to do projects, I think actually that when you factor in that the wages include benefits and health insurance, going through the union yields the most benefit to the community. And so this is not simply just a project, it's a jobs program. And providing jobs that have livable wages and health insurance is what's best for the community. And I just wanted to add to that.
Sorry about that, Ms. LaFrance. Folks on the phone, if you can please mute yourself, I'm getting a lot of background noise. So again, folks on the phone, please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Thank you so much. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of the Little Davis-Bacon Act, there's no difference in labor cost, whether these projects are union or non-union. The difference is health insurance. And so first and foremost, again, it's a jobs program. Families benefit when breadwinner jobs include health care, especially during a pandemic. So I would urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. There's a couple points here, and I understand that the city has concluded that we have to pay $60 an hour for someone to use a shovel on a trail, which seems pretty amazing to me. But somehow, Alaska Trails, I know, uses federal monies. I mean, they get TRAPS monies and all these other funds, and they pay people $16 to $20 an hour typically to do this work, which seems fairly reasonable. And, that was kind of my expectation, that we would get at least 3 times as many jobs out of this money and far more work done. But the equivalent of $60 an hour, we didn't meet our goal. I mean, of course, we want these great trails, but the goal in the CARES Act funds was to sop up some of this huge army of unemployed that we have. Some people expected to get, tourism jobs and so on. But at this rate, we're just using that money, and it's tremendous for the people who have it. I mean, Ms. LaFrance makes a great point. I mean, these people get incredible insurance, and should they ever vest in the union, they might get some of those other benefits, and they're getting $30-something an hour instead of the 16 to 20 they were getting. And the union, it's amazing, and the union gets almost $30 an hour. So there's lots of benefits to be had here. But our goal with this was to create jobs in kind of in this COVID environment with lots of unemployment. And with these projects, with this kind of pay, we failed. And I'd want the city to take another look and say, do we have to pay that much for these things? Because I just know these trails work is done. They get federal money and they're not paying Davis-Bacon wages for all of it. So I urge support. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what Ms. LaFrance said. I think she spoke quite eloquently on the advantages of having the union halls do this work. And as we talk about the goals of the CARES Act funding, I don't think we should lose sight of the explicit goal of this body, which was equity. So I reached out and got some demographics on the hiring that's already been done. And as of today, the 20 members dispatched, 7 are female. That's 30% of the dispatches. Overall in the construction industry, it's usually only 9% women. So while outperforming the industry, they would really prefer to strive for 50%, but getting closer. And 8 are considered to be, in the terms that are reported, minorities, which is 40% of the total, which is roughly 5% higher than how the demographics break out for the state. So I think, while not perfect, it's getting to our goals of equity. So I think in addition to the reasons Ms. LaFrance stated, this is another reason to stick with the union hall hiring, and I urge a no vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. And I think I would address my questions to the administration, and if they're not able to answer, maybe we could get Mr. Fields back on the phone. But I have two questions. First, by eliminating this language, does that preclude union hire for these jobs? That's the first question. Does it make it so the union they cannot use a union shop?
Through the chair, no.
Okay. And then second, can you just speak to, from the administration's perspective, in terms of the goals of this program and what we're trying to accomplish? Can you weigh in on this and give a pro and con for the removal of this language and how it would impact the delivery of this program?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, I think I will probably associate the administration's comments pretty closely to Assembly Members LaFrance and Zalatel in that I think ultimately what we are trying to do with these jobs programs is provide some well-paying jobs for those that have been furloughed or laid off from their previous job as a result of the pandemic. And I think part of what that entails is not only a good wage, but also benefits that attach to a job. So while there's the added benefit that we are seeing improved trails and other projects being completed, I think the real outcome that we're looking for and that we support are jobs that provide a livable wage as we try to make our way through this public health emergency here in Anchorage.
Mr. Chair, can I do one follow-up, please? So just want to make sure I understand this. By removing this language, it does not remove the opportunity for union shops to still participate in this. And I guess my question is, does it increase the opportunity for others to participate in it? So that, because the way that you're framing this is that by removing this, we're not going to be able to provide the kinds of jobs that you want them to provide. But you've said you can still do that. So my question is, does removing this language create more opportunity for others to participate in this jobs program?
I guess I misunderstood your first question. I thought it was more around if this language was removed, does it prevent the administration from administering this in this way? And the answer to that is no. So maybe if you could reframe.
Sure, I'll reframe my first question. Does removing this language remove the ability for union shops to participate in this program?
Through the chair, I guess the answer would still be no, but there's certainly a lot of experience and other aspects that they bring to the table that in terms of being able to get people quickly into these jobs. And I think that's the other piece of this, which is we want folks to get out into the community doing this work very quickly, and that is certainly an aspect that they bring to the table.
Sure, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I have to do one more follow-up because I'm still not, I think, getting clarity on it. I fully appreciate the advocacy for the union shop. That's not what I'm trying to get. What I'm trying to understand is by not making it exclusive to union shops, does that make it so the union shops can no longer participate in this? And does it create an opportunity for others in addition to the union shops to participate in it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, now I understand your question. Through the chair, Assembly Member Perez Verdilla. No, it does not prevent anyone from participating in this. I think this is something that is very similar to the community workforce agreements that this body has also passed in terms of some of the larger construction projects. They are not meant to be only for union or non-union, but it is a way for everyone to be able to try to get the work. So the answer is no. Anyone that's not associated with this union can still try to get this work. They just go through the union hall.
Wait, I'm still understanding. I'm sorry, I had to take up so much time, but the last thing you said, what I'm hearing is that in its current form, we can only use union halls. That is not correct. So I'm not sure. Maybe to the craft of this, I'm not sure the intention of this amendment if it's not.
Mr. Cresford, yeah.
Yes.
So I think there might be some other members who can assist, or we can get up Zach Fields again.
Sure.
Thanks. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll give it a little bit of a go for Mr. Presverdia, and I'm no expert, but I believe that any person can be hired. They're just hired, they come through the hall, right. And as a result of coming through the hall, then part of their pay is set aside for health care and other benefits. Right. And so the ultimate benefit to the employee is what Ms. LaFrance laid out. And the bottom line is that the haves and have-nots are growing in this country. And for this city to pass something like this, it says, no, we don't want people to put away money for their retirement. And we don't want them to have health care. And, by the way, this is factually incorrect. The last whereas on the second to last on page 1 is just factually incorrect completely. The pay is the same. Doesn't matter if it's a union employer or it's not. Doesn't matter. The person's getting the same amount of pay. And you know why? Because of unions. So unions have been advocating for their members and for the general public and for the working people of this country. And that got them Davis-Bacon wages. And so actually everyone benefits from unions in the city and in the state and this country. And I obviously am not going to be supporting this. And I just urge Mr. Weddleton to check his sources because the second to last whereas is filled with inaccuracies. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really need to get my question answered, and I'm not getting my question answered.
So I see you in the queue. So all right. Yeah, so we can go ahead and have you ask Zach Fields when you're back in the queue. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to support Mr. Weddleton in this. In fact, I don't actually support the moving this 2020-291 forward at all in any sort of format. I think it's a gross abuse of our CARES Act funds. I think that sitting here tonight and proceeding without even having our meeting with the Inspector General, it puts us all in a situation that we could be held accountable and the taxpayers would be held accountable. But in regards to the $60 an hour, like Mr. Weddleton had stated, to clean trails for the next, couple weeks before the snow hits is ridiculous. And to force people to go through the union hall and become members and have to pay dues, unless I'm mistaken and somebody can correct me, what is it, $28, I don't know, a month, 6 months, I don't know, is absolutely an abuse of the CARES funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and tell me if I'm speaking too softly or, whatever the feedback might be. I'm going to support this because I think Mr. Weddleton's on the right track. What I want everybody to keep in mind is these are incredibly temporary jobs. We're not hiring people to now spend a career within the municipality working on trails. We're hiring people that, at best, they have about 8 weeks worth of time before the snow and weather's going to set in, and we aren't going to have trails rehab going on at all. So I would question the rationale behind the idea of making sure that they have health care, because I don't believe you can even get vested in into a healthcare program without something like a 90-day period or something like that. So unless somebody can straighten me out on that, I think that we're kind of really talking about something that's irrelevant. I also know that we typically hire people through Parks and Recs to do some of this work. We often even use volunteers to do this work. And believe me, nobody's getting paid $60 an hour. And we're not paying, the municipality is not paying out $60 an hour for an employee to do this work. So I think it is important that we make sure that we reel this in a little bit better and make sure that money is getting into people's hands, but it's not getting funneled through a system that, a portion of the system that may not even actually be eligible or existent. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. A few things to talk about. When we contemplated the creation of this project, the purpose of the project was to provide job opportunities to those who have become unemployed due to the COVID pandemic. That's the first goal. So that is a clear, positive, and allowable use of COVID funding, period, full stop. Second, one of the things that we do by using a union shop is, by using a hall. There's a difference between a shop and a hall. And so the requirement isn't that a union shop perform the work. The requirement is that anyone who's selected to do this work hires through a hall. That's number two. The purpose of the hiring through the hall is a long-term benefit. You hear some people make concerns about healthcare and all these other elements that might or might not accrue in the course of a 6 or 8 week period. But what does accrue is training, and then actually link to that union, which then translates into a long-term career opportunity possibility for people. So it's an actual open door. And then it also provides a fairness variable to the equation, the fairness being that a non-union shop can't underbid for the work that has a prevailing wage rate for the work. And so we aren't then going to be undercutting workers to get the cheapest deal that we can, but instead we're going to provide them with a real opportunity that can advance them in their lives through this pandemic. And so there's a transformative element to this that is very important to keep the eyes on the prize. Because if you just see it as trails, it's just dirt. But if you see it as a worker training program and retraining program, going through the halls actually links you to every one of these providers and gives you access to the Alaska Works training program, which is funded through the union dues, and then it's just free training for these individuals as they make their way through the system. And so with all of that in mind, the benefits, if they do pay into a benefit system, I've consulted with a number of the different shops on this topic. If a person isn't there long enough, the money that is paid into their benefits package is actually returned to them as a 401k investment that they can put into their own 401k. So there's actually a permanent benefit that accrues to this individual should they be able to save and steward their personal funds. And so it's not like we're just pouring union halls, as has been slandered about us, but instead we're pouring money into individuals to retrain them to get them ready to work in the community for now and for the future. These are bridge funds to transform our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
It's a lot of money to use a rake or a shovel or a Pulaski. And I guess I don't know if Cameron's question was answered. Yeah, it was. No. We dealt with this quite a bit when we did the community workforce agreement. And the notion is that any company can do it. So if you're not a typically union shop business or company, you can still get the job if it requires this. You would just send your people, you have a team, send your team to the union and rehire them through the union. And in some cases, or many at a much higher rate or whatever, they be paid into the union and maybe also into it got very complicated, but you can. Anyone could bid on this. You just have to hire through the union. But we were told that you could actually hire your same team. And somehow that also brings more equity to the equation, which is puzzling, but I'm sure it happens. To address the question on that last whereas, I think if it is assumed that these have to be Davis-Bacon paid, then Ms. Quinn Davidson is correct that it would not raise the price. But I just struggle that is the case because I just know these companies that are doing the work get federal funds, they get federal grants, and they don't pay $60 an hour for their work. They pay a living wage. It's quite good. I mean, $15 to $20 an hour to do that work is very good. And the type of people they draw, that's excellent. So anyway, that was not meant to be deceptive. That's I just question that it has to be Davis-Bacon wages. I think we need to look into that. And we could get a lot more jobs out of these programs.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, before I answer my question, I think maybe a note for the future would be it'd be great to have clarifying questions and then sort of advocacy statements and separate them so that we can understand what we're talking about before we start to advocate for it. So my question is a clarifying question because I'm really trying to understand this. So, and what Mr. Costa said was very helpful in that, so by removing this language, it allows non-union hirers to hire people to do the work and not having to go through the union in order to hire them. By not amending it, it requires that if you are going to hire someone through this program, you have to hire them through the union. Is that correct?
Right. The current state is you have to hire through the union. If this goes away, a union shop could do it their normal way. A non-union shop could do it their normal way.
So it opens up more opportunity for other organizations to participate in this program. I think the alternative, though, is that there's concerns around underbidding, there's concerns around benefits, there's concerns around all of those things. But I just want to clarify that by removing this language, it actually creates more opportunity for organizations to participate in this. Is that correct or not correct?
Can I address that?
Sure.
I would say actually that's probably not correct because I think anybody can bid on these. So if you're a non-union shop, you could still bid on it, but you have to hire your people through the union. So it doesn't really change the number of people that bid. It's just if you have a team and you're used to working as a great team and you go out and you build trails, which Alaska Trails and these other groups have, now it throws in this thing where you have to rehire your people through the union hall and then pay substantially more.
That
instead of your $20 plus whatever you're.
So anyone can participate in it. They just need to hire their employees through the union.
Correct.
Okay. And by removing this language, that's no longer true.
Anyone can also bid on it. Now, mostly what this would do would be you wouldn't be paying $60 an hour. You'd be back at your $20.
I'm just trying to get clarification on that point. This amendment allows people to hire non-union people to do the work. Is that correct?
Yes.
It sounds like the answer to that is yes.
Okay, great.
Do you need anything else, Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Boy, it seems like the simplest question in the world. You're saying that already, with the existing language, that anyone can participate in it and hire from anywhere. And so, I don't understand the amendment. If removing the union language, how does it change it?
So it sounds like if you're not getting any further clarity, we'll go ahead and call Zach Fields, and then we'll pose this question to him.
Okay. It seems like a pretty simple question. So
So is it a yes?
This is Zach.
Hi, Zach. This is Felix Rivera with the Anchorage Assembly. Mr. Perez Verdia has a question for you.
One more time. I'm going to try one more time. Okay, Zach, thank you so much for calling. Okay, so what I'm trying, let me just start with, without the amendment, the existing language, right? The existing language that we approved. In the existing language, can anyone hire anyone from a non-union or union? Is that possible, or does it require that you go through a union in order to hire?
I think that Chief of Staff, Ms. Quinn Davidson, Ms. LaFrance, and Mr. Constant were all correct. Under the existing policy structure you have now, any person can be hired and any contractor can participate. If that contractor has not previously worked with a union before, the mechanism that they use is called a one-job agreement. And as Mr. Weddleton noted, they just collaborate with the union to say, hey, we've got these folks who we want to put to work on the project, and you might have a mixed crew where it's some from the contractor, which maybe is normally a non-union contractor, and then some people hired through the hiring hall. And when that happens, all those employees who are participating on the job are paying into a health benefits plan. So my understanding, based on the duration of the jobs that you've already funded, is they're actually going to get enough hours to vest in the plan. So they're giving themselves an opportunity to have health care beyond this job. And as Mr. Constant stated, they're getting into a system where they're going to have more opportunities through a hiring hall in the future, which is important as we look to the winter.
Mr. Fields, I appreciate that. I've repeatedly heard the benefits of this. I'm simply, maybe I can just try Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton, well, what is the reason for this amendment? If removing the language that says that we use union halls, if it doesn't matter, if it does it change how this program works?
Yes.
How?
Without the requirement to hire through union halls, companies that do trail work that don't have to hire through union halls, they can pay their people what they normally pay them. So it's largely about pay. These people have teams of people they've been doing for years, and they pay $20 an hour.
Okay, so currently it requires you're hiring through union halls.
Correct.
And this makes it not a requirement to hire through union halls.
Correct.
That's all I wanted to clarify, that your language actually opens it up to hire through a larger amount of places, because you can hire through non-union halls.
Well, essentially, yeah, you put an ad in Craigslist or whatever you do.
Right.
That's how people hire,
That's all I was trying to clarify.
Okay.
That's it.
We got there.
That's all I was asking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fields. With that, I'm not seeing any further discussion. Members may proceed to vote.
Jesus Christ. Read it down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. No, it's not open.
Miss Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
That item fails 8-3. Next, we have before us item 10B3, AR number 2020-292. We also have an S version, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency and the mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Move to approve. And amend.
We have a motion on the floor.
We are going to take a quick break.
to pass the amendment.
I hesitate to agree, but I said that I would do so begrudgingly.
Okay. All right. So now I think we have Mr. Weddleton with the motion to approve. Is there a second to that?
That would be the S version.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Miss Allard. Miss Allard, you pulled this item?
I did. So we have moved to the Executive Order 15. The problem I have with the Executive Order or emergency, whatever.
I think you need to move your amendment, Miss Allard.
We have 50,000 kids out of school. And I spoke to Dina Bishop, and I read her email, and it clearly stated that because of the administration's 4-week reset, that she didn't have a choice but to close down all of the schools within the municipality. What's wrong? I can't. Okay. So turn that off.
Okay. Well, I move Allard Amendment number 1.
Is there a second? Okay. Moved and seconded. Miss Allard, did you want to keep speaking to that amendment?
Yes, I apologize. I didn't hear him without the hearing piece. So again, I'm going to say we have 50,000 kids that are out of school. We have businesses who are filing bankrupt. We have attorneys that are getting sued or they are getting threatened to have their licenses pulled from the bar. We have families that are losing their homes. And we have a decrease. We have one of the lowest rates in the country with the COVID-19. And we are locking the hands of all of our people. If we care so much about our community, then I would suggest that we go back to Executive Order 14, where we were 2 weeks ago, and get rid of EO 15 to allow our society to progress, to move forward. We have higher rates in suicide than ever before. We have the highest rate of domestic violences than we've had before. We had 195 suicides last year. I can't imagine what it's going to become this year. We have changed our city into a direction, and we are going to fail it. And each and every one of us on this body, to include the administration, will have to live with that. And I hope that you will reevaluate this, Mayor Berkowitz, and understand that it's not just your kids being affected. It's not just you up there crying in front of the TV sets when our children can't go to school. It's not just you that's affected when all these kids are at home, 50,000 children, and your numbers don't match. You have the entire state moving forward. And for some reason, you can't sit there and just work with the governor. Or other cities that are south of us and north of us, their kids are going to be in school. They're getting educated. You have parents who don't know what to do with their children while they're trying to work. I've gotten calls from people I never thought I'd get calls from. They're absolutely beside themselves. I voted for Mayor Berkowitz, they tell me. I voted for other people on this. It doesn't even matter where we stand. It's not a political issue. We have to get our economy back moving. And I can't believe what you single-handedly did Executive Order 15 and took all these children out of school.
Thank you. Ms. Vogel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to read Executive Order Regulation 4, so the fourth paragraph, Part C. It says the gathering limitation does not apply to daycares, day camps, or educational institutions for grades K through 12.
This order does not shut down schools. And I also have read the note from the superintendent, and she was urging families to comply with the 4-week reset to bring community spread down to the school district's own metrics for safe operation. So I just wanted to clarify what the content of EO 15 is, as well as my understanding of the superintendent's message regarding it.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the clarification, Ms. Vogel. I wanted to make the same clarification, and I think Ms. Allard's statement is a gross mischaracterization. School can't reopen even partially unless the rolling 14-day average is under 29 cases. Today, that is 51, and that is a standard set by the state. So I am sympathetic. I am an exhausted parent. I hear from exhausted parents. I would love for children to go back to school, but we need to do so safely, and there are standards. And I think basing a decision or trying to undermine the emergency order on a basis where it doesn't even apply is inappropriate, and it just leads to further divisiveness within our community.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment to the ordinance for a different reason, and I'm looking at what's happening with our businesses. And I know we're all very concerned about really what's happening, but I think the point is we can't just say we're concerned, we have to show it. And one of the ways that we would show it is to allow them to function, particularly restaurants who, have basically been closed down to a certain extent other than curbside or delivery. But the fact is that this is having an impact that is almost doing the opposite of what we're trying to do in terms of bolstering up our economy right now. So what's really unfortunate about this is, this back and forth between the municipalities' rules versus a business owner's right to just make a living for his family, to provide a place of employment for employees. We can't keep this battle going. But I'm hoping by rescinding this, we would begin a process of maybe rebuilding a bit and healing some things and keeping further bridges from being burned. I would absolutely hate for the municipality to turn into something that is incredibly punitive and vindictive, where there's this kind of a tit for tat thing going on back and forth. To me, it looks like it's kind of revengeful or vengeful, and that's what I want to see end. I think we need to turn all this around to a positive, and one way to do that would to allow all businesses to function as best they can, given the regulations or the requirements or the even just the guidance of how to have a more COVID-free and COVID-safe operation. So I want to see us rescind this, and if there are other things that the health department or the mayor, the administration thinks needs to be done to help people understand how to better provide that COVID-free environment, then let's do that. But to just begin to absolutely take somebody's livelihood away from them by saying that, well, we're gonna protect these other people, but oh, sorry, we have to sacrifice you in order to do it. That's got to stop. And I think one of the things that I appreciated when the mayor was speaking a couple of weeks ago was we are not a police state. And I want to make sure that that's what we live by that statement. Because we all know the old adage, you can't fight City Hall. Well, somebody tried to do that under the just the desire to continue to operate a business that they know is struggling anyway, like so many. But the point is, City Hall can always decide to one-up somebody. And I had seen that happen, and it's basically been, well, if you do this, we're going to do that. And it just keeps inching up and ratcheting up and just getting more spun up that I think we've got to quit that. And that's what I'm hoping that we can do. The reset ought to be something that tells people, hey, you need to just be better, or you need to implement this kind of a practice to be more COVID safe, but not to the point where you tell somebody your particular type of business has to close down. So anyway, I hope everybody will support this, and maybe we can regroup a little bit, try to put some peace into this community, try to get on the right foot forward, and really make the actual kind of a statement that says, we're going to pull each other through this economic and health crisis. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support this amendment, and not for reasons that have anything to do with the discussion about the school district, but because I believe we can replace it with a more nuanced and targeted order. We know that the kind of socialization that occurs in bars and crowded restaurants contributes to the spread of COVID-19, and it puts the public at risk. However, I believe that we do need to repeal this order and craft something that more accurately targets the kind of activity that puts the public at risk. And for example, in some places in the lower 48, bars empty out every couple hours or every hour to prevent people from staying for long periods of time. And the focus is on square footage and providing adequate physical distancing between patrons. So I think that we could come back to this with a more targeted approach and ease up on some of the impact that this industry has been experiencing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I will also support this. And, I think that I take the virus very seriously. I do in my personal life and in my business. We are still in phase 1 behavior, and actually probably tighter than that, being very careful. And my staff's on board, and my customers are on board. It's serious business. But, when we started meeting, the mayor, I think, gave us some good news. He said the stats look better this week. If you read your report on Sunday, it was better. And it's not better because of EO15. It's better because of EO14, because what we see today is what happened a week or 2 weeks ago. And EO14 was not in effect for very long, not long enough to really show, or maybe it is showing us that was working. So we didn't need to do what we should only do at the last second. We should not be closing down businesses. We should do anything in our power before we shut down businesses. And we did it for the hunker down, and we had to. We didn't know about this virus, and I admire the mayor for pulling the trigger quick and saying, we're going to shut down. What we saw around the world, why wait? We can't wait. And because we shut down quick, things leveled off, and we were early opening up. We're the first people in the country to open up. And things went well for a while, but now it's picking back up, and we're tightening back down. But we've had time to figure out how to do this without shutting down entire industries. And if you look, when we get to the CARES Act stuff, we've been requested by the hospitality industry in Char for $21 million to just help them through 4 weeks. And if you do the math on that, it is a trivial amount of money for a business. It caps at $35,000. For these businesses, that's not a week or two of payroll. So $21 million, what could we have done as a city with $21 million to prevent having to close these businesses? Could we have hired 50 more contact tracers? Easily. And if that's what we're strained, we could do that. We need to do that way before we think of closing any business. And let's hire some code enforcement. I don't want to be a police state, but I'd like to see a fleet of 10 or 15 more code enforcement officers going around and educating the bad actors. Most of these bars, I don't go to bars, I suppose they're fine, but restaurants, I've poked my head in a few, but recently, they're doing fine. They're keeping the distances. They're opening their windows. We got these people doing it outside, and we saw the picture of Jack Spratt. His is an open, when he opens all the windows, which he does, it's more open than these closed canopy things. There are good actors out there who do not need to be shut down. And I am certain there are some bad ones who need to get a little more coaxing. But that's in any industry. That could be retail. Kind of retail stores that are packed with people, and they need some education. we need that more surgical approach and to think, what could we get for the $21 million that would just be a tragically small help for the hospitality industry? We could do so much and not have to close them down. So please, let's revoke EO 15. Let's let EO 14 do its job, and let's get some people out there enforcing it. And try that first. We just can't be closing businesses down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to associate myself with the comments of Mrs. Alatel about promoting division in this community. I see very diligent effort by some members of the body to sow division, and it's quite sad. But to that end, I would like, when we have our joint meeting with Superintendent Bishop, to have her answer the question of whether she believes EO 15 is the reason why she made the very difficult decision not to open the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I just wanted to share some thoughts on this. I'm compelled by Ms. LaFrance's comments and feeling like that a more nuanced approach is better. And I guess I wanted to. I realized that EO 14 was done by the mayor, but I also just want to, I guess, give the mayor an opportunity to share his thoughts on this and as to whether there's any benefit from his perspective of the assembly coming forward and saying, listen, this is too much of an overreach. Can we back it off a bit? So I just want to give an opportunity for the mayor to speak on this.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia, for asking me. I appreciate that. When we put EO 15 into effect, we saw a spiking of cases, 100, 150 a day. And we had reports that our hospital capacity was going to be, the ICUs were going to be overrun in mid-September. That was just with Anchorage alone. And if there were any cases transported into Anchorage, it could have a further reduction in the amount of our ability to take care of the people who live here. That was the background of what occurred. And normally, as folks know, the preference is to wait 2 weeks between different orders. But because we were seeing such exponential growth, and because the timeline on the overrunning of ICU beds was so imminent, something drastic was required. And what I think has not been accounted for in the discussion that I've heard about the impact on the economy is that for the most part, everything else has remained open. I mean, this is not hunkered down. Retail is still open. Restaurants can serve takeout or serve outdoors. So it is very different. And the economic distress in Anchorage is real. It affects people that I know, people that I care about. But the economic distress in the state is also a consequence of less throughput on the pipeline, lower price of oil. It is a consequence of the fact that there are virtually no tourists here, no cruise ships. And so I understand that there's angst in the community and uncertainty about what's going to occur. But to say that it is all attributable to a recent order to curtail bar activities and restaurant activities, which are places that are high risk for the spread of COVID, bars in particular, flies in the face of what's really going on. I appreciate Mr. Weddleton's suggestion that we bring on extra enforcers. This is not something that occurs overnight. I appreciate the suggestion that we add extra tracers to our ability to trace. Also, a terrific suggestion, something that we work in conjunction with the state to do. And we, I think, in some ways relied on the state overmuch for them to help produce the kind of tracing capacity that we need. And it didn't occur as rapidly as we would have liked. Those tracers are now beginning to hit the field. Similarly, we are getting a greater ability to analyze the testing that we have, which allows us to do more micro-targeting about what stays open and what stays closed. So I appreciate and would love to have been able to craft something of much finer precision, but we don't have that level of detail. We don't have that level of enforcement. So until we do, we have no choice but to paint with fairly broad brush. Now, as I said at the very beginning of this meeting, the numbers that we're seeing are very encouraging. And I also said, at least I recall that I said, that if these numbers hold for the next little bit, there is no reason for us to stay in this posture for 4 weeks. But I want to make sure that we are safer than we were at the time that this decision had to be made. And those who would suggest that I made this decision lightly or with no regard for the economy, I think their judgment is clouded by perhaps partisan politics. And I think that the introduction of partisanship into the management of a pandemic is one of the reasons why it is so difficult for us, not just here in Anchorage, not just across Alaska, but across the country, for us to solve this problem. I said it before and I will repeat it again. This country's performance on COVID has been pathetic. And it has been pathetic because we have allowed it to be driven by partisanship. It should be driven by science and sound judgment. You look at countries across the world, and they have gotten through this by doing the things that are necessary, the hard things. But if they do the hard things for short duration, we can get through this. And I would love to be able to say, yes, we want to have no restrictions. Yes, we can count on people to do what they're supposed to do. But that experience has not been borne out by fact. And so I would urge the Assembly to reject this proposal, to give us a few more days to see where the trends are. As I said, I'm hopeful that at the current rate of progression, we will be in a better position by the end of the week. But now is not the time to relax, because if we relax now, we will be back here again sooner. And hard as that is, and as angry as people are, that is not where we want to be. And I know that many of you hear that anger, but that anger is primarily directed at me. And that is because it is my responsibility. These judgments are my responsibility. I take that responsibility, and I take it seriously. And I've been mocked because I care about this community. I've been mocked because the impact on my family has been profound. There's been indecency in the response of too many in this community. And I always thought that how people performed under adversity was a test of character and revealing of character. Now is a test of our character. Those who stand up and stand strong, they'll be proud of how they behaved. Those who are petty and vindictive will be ashamed of themselves later on.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make one comment before we move on.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would urge the Assembly to reject this. I feel like we need to give the mayor more space to be able to make the kinds of decisions that are necessary for this city. And I would just add that I have seen nothing but competent leadership as we have navigated this very difficult time. And so I would urge my co-members to reject this and create some space for the mayor to do his job. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually just going to ask the mayor to weigh in, and he did. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Allender?
Yeah, this is going to be my final statement in regards to what the mayor said. You're right, it could be partisan. And the reason why is because I'm pro-business. I'm pro-smaller government. And I also trust the citizens of Anchorage.
And I don't sit there and think they're being petty. I think their livelihoods are at stake, and I think they want to feed their families. And by the way, we had 22 cases today. That's it, in Anchorage. You need to open the doors for the people. Everything that's coming our way as a body and you as a mayor, we deserve it. They need their houses to be paid for. They need their food in their bellies. They need their kids to be educated. We need to open the doors, and this is your opportunity to do so, and I hope you do.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate those comments. I think that what some folks struggle with is, because there's this time lag between when the order is going to affect and when we see their results. And so I think there is a sense from some that the positive results we're seeing now, they can't possibly be related to EO15. They're related to EO14 and the mask mandate. And perhaps now at the very tail end, we're starting to see the effects of EO15. But I am curious if you could be a little more explicit in what you need to see over the next few days in order to make targeted changes to EO15. And I do think some of us are getting emails from people that aren't, you're right, there is a lot of grandstanding and partisan politics out there, but there's also some folks who are a little bit less so, who are saying, just send us back to EO14 and give EO14 the time to work. And so could you speak a little bit more to specifics about this week? And then I guess also based on that, I have a question for the chair, but I'll wait for you to respond. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. So numerically, we're looking for an R0, that's a transmission rate, to fall, as we said when we launched into this, 30%, which was from 1.3 down to below 1. I'm looking to see a timeline where our ICU beds are not going to be exhausted imminently. That's fairly critical. The other number that seems to be gaining currency in terms of assessing the well-being of a community is the cases per 100,000. And we're watching that very closely. So those are the three sets of numbers. But it's also important to understand that these numbers have not always told the whole story about what we should be paying attention to. And that's because even now, as we've learned much more about the disease than we knew 6 months ago, there's an element of having to pay attention to what's going on in other places. Because what happens in other places foreshadows what could happen here. And so as we assess the numbers, we're also going to be assessing what's going on in other places. So there's an empirical component to what we're doing. The data will drive the decisions, but caution and prudence mean that we have to watch what's happening elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't ask my question of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I do have a request of your administration, and I recognize that we may find ourselves in the fall faced with very difficult decisions again, and restaurants have been able to come up with some pretty darn innovative methodologies for keeping the doors open. Shout out to the Downtown Partnership for all of their hard work, and to 49th State, who has set up an amazing outdoor service area, and businesses across Anchorage who have figured out a way to comply. But this is very difficult for our bars because the way that their businesses are structured, many of them are in places where it's just not feasible. And it's my hope that we can work with AMCO to come up with a strategic way to keep and allow bars to have a way to maintain their ability to conduct real business. And the thought that I had continued to have is food service tends to be the restricted variable. And we have a whole troop of food trucks that if we could coordinate between the bars and come up with a temporary licensure with the state, we could actually make every bar that has a parking space in front of it a site that has food service. And so I'm hoping that your administration can figure out a path forward for the bars to be able to stay alive.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
I haven't quite figured out how to log in here, but I just point out that we will continue to work with the state. I mean, the governor and I speak several times a week, and we're fairly candid about the areas that we disagree, but we're united in the idea that we have to protect Alaska's well-being. He's been very clear that local governments have to make local decisions and been supportive of us in that regard. I understand the variables that he has to contend with. He understands the variables that I live with. And, we wish each other luck. But I also know that a lot of what's going to happen with the bars and restaurants is contingent upon what happens in Washington, D.C. And I've joined with mayors across the country urging the Congress to give special support for bars and restaurants. I think that is absolutely critical. It's only fair. I've said many times that unfortunately this disease is something that affects people because they engaged in social behavior. Bars and restaurants is where we as human beings go to engage in social behavior. And bars and restaurants are paying the price for the business that they're in, but they're also paying the price for being the front line here in Anchorage, defending other businesses so that they can stay open. I want to reiterate again that EO15 kept everything else open. And we intend for that to stay in place because we're going to be driven by the numbers. We want the economy to function, but it cannot function if the pandemic is in full throat here.
Mr. Chair, just to reiterate, though, I agree with all of that, and I'm hopeful we can come up with a way for bars to have outdoor service that's meaningful to them to be able to continue to operate in a way that's comparable to the restaurants that are figuring it out. So that's my hope sometime in the next weeks, and I know if we do find ourselves back in a further shutdown or back in this phase after we return to a more normal operation, that we have a plan in place that doesn't mandate that they fully shut down, but have a path to continue making a living. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 3 folks in the queue, and that I'd like to see if we can vote on this amendment. So, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what I wrestle with the most is the prevalence of a lot of the outside influences that we really can't control. And I can certainly understand the mayor's desire to control the spread of the disease, but the fact is we have so many people from outside of this community that on a daily basis come into this community. And when I look at the kinds of restrictions that they don't have in the Kenai, they don't have in the Mat-Su borough, we still have those people coming here on a regular basis, whether they're visiting our restaurants or our shops, or they actually work here and they're in the offices and what other, retail businesses or whatever. So it just seems really unfair to me that we would go to the point of basically punishing our own businesses for what outside influences are actually causing issues with. And, one of the things that we have going on right now in the Mat-Su borough is the fair. I mean, even though you can say it's not quite the Alaska State Fair, it's still a mini fair, if you will. And we're going to have all kinds of people from Anchorage going out to that fair and participating in that event and coming home and going to their place of work and their business and restaurants and whatever else. So we lose so much control when we're such a fluid, free-moving community. It just doesn't make sense to me to think that we could say that we're going to go to the extent of shutting down this kind of a business, even though for the most part we have really no idea if those particular businesses, I mean, you can probably name a few, but we really don't know where a lot of this spread comes from. And right now what we do know is the biggest point of spread is within families. And I don't think we're going to try to do anything there in individuals' homes, but I mean, I hope not. But anyway, I know we're not talking about that right now. But anyway, again, to try to get back to a little bit more of a place where we are inflicting less damage on an entire industry is going to be better for all of us. So I hope everybody will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kennedy's comments actually are timely to what I wanted to speak to. So we do have a fluid movement throughout our community, both coming in and out of Anchorage. So I'll take this time to remind everyone that EO15 was beyond any restrictions on bars and restaurants. Provision 1 reminded us all to limit outings. It says shall limit outings and physical contact. If the biggest spread is with close contacts, this is a reminder to keep your bubbles small, that we have actually some responsibility here as residents. Also, that the remote work provision in paragraph 5 of that EO. That is crucial and critical right now, not only to not have folks necessarily coming into town, from the valley or elsewhere to work, but also while schools are going to be closed, to ensure that there are adults home, if they're able to be home, to care for children. So I appreciate the concerns around this emergency order as they affect bars and restaurants, but it is not the totality of this order. So if you choose to refine this order, Mr. Mayor, I would urge you to keep the remote work provision in, even if the numbers get better, and to ask us to take personal responsibility and to keep our bubbles small and monitor our close contacts. Because unless we do all of these things together and in concert, no one thing is going to get us to where we can be back into any form of a new normal and reduce the stress on us as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. On the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
That amendment fails 7-4. We now have the main motion before us.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Can I speak to that motion?
Sure, go ahead.
So we've discussed this in the past, that if you vote it down or you vote it forward, either way it's pretty confusing for the public. We had the substantive debate over the amendment. The amendment failed. It's a blank resolution. I move to postpone indefinitely, and I would support.
Thank you. Ready?
No, sorry.
No problem.
I'm getting there. Mr. Dunbar was the mover, and Mr. Constant was the seconder.
No, it was Mr. Presberdia.
Mr. Presby, thank you.
Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Kennedy,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That motion passes 9-2. We now have item 10B4, AR number 2020-296, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requiring the Assembly chambers to accommodate individuals wishing to testify on public hearing items or in audience participation at Assembly meetings. What is the will of the body?
Motion to move.
Move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I did. I wanted to discuss this. I think it's fair. I see a lot of amendments here too, and I know we're going to discuss all those. I respect everyone's opinions on the other amendments, and I'm willing to compromise on it. But what I want to say is it's fair that the public come in, that they address this face-to-face and in person. I don't care what side they stand on. I don't care if they disagree with me or agree. It's just a matter of being able to hold public hearing and be able to vote. We have in our charter that we will uphold the U.S. Constitution, the Alaska Constitution, and our charter. And out of respect to our community, allow them to come in, even if it's one at a time, even if it's 5 persons and they separate, if they need to wear a mask, if they have to stand 6 feet apart, whatever you enforce, whatever you want, the public will be okay with it. Just allow them to come in and testify.
Thank you. All right, so we have a variety of amendments. Mr. Constant, I see you in the queue to bring
Thank
one of
you.
yours forward?
I would like to move constant amendment version 2.
Second.
So the purpose of this amendment is to lay a foundation for why we have been put in a difficult situation to move to telephonic participation. Now, you should have two documents. One that is version 2, and then there is an example of what it looks like, except for a couple of last-minute changes recommended to me by some attorneys whispering in my ear, just to make it slightly clearer. And so the amendment, if you look at it, effectively reverses the determination of the proposed resolution and gives the case why. In the first item, the first whereas, it adds the term and avoiding large gatherings and wearing masks. And so if you go to page 1, lines 13 and 14, it just adds that simple phrase there, and wearing masks. So the gist there is the virus would be much worse without practicing social distancing, keeping your bubble small, avoiding large gatherings, and wearing masks.
Point of order. You're doing fine, right? Just through the chair, how will we handle this then? Are we going to go through, you kind of have several amendments in one package. Do you want to go through each one?
I would prefer to read them all, and then if there are objections on specific items, fine, but I would like to have them voted as a package. Okay. So I would have just had them as one, but the drafter made them all individual amendments.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so number 2 is, if you go to page 1, lines 23 to 26, and it's slightly different. Actually, this one is the same on both. Line 24 there.
Mr. Constant, can you speak closer to your mic, please?
Yeah, thank you. It adds the phrase, which has the force of law, after EO 15. That's in relationship to the decision by Judge Arsa to tell the community that these EOs are, in fact, law. It goes on to add security and assembly members present for each meeting that could result in broad community spread to vulnerable people. This one's very important to me. I do meal prep for an 80-year-old woman with kidney failure, and I do not want to be the one responsible for bringing this to her. Then the next one, number 3, is page 1, line 34. Again, it might be slightly different in the final version because we had a last-minute amendment. It says that the Open Meetings Act requires all assembly meetings are, quote, open to the public and actions, quote, be taken openly and their deliberations be conducted openly, and allows for, and I add, participation at meetings by members of the public or by members of a governmental body by teleconferencing. Then the next one is pages 1 and 2, starts at line 43. It's actually been, I believe, moved slightly. It states the Open Meetings Act does not prohibit teleconference meetings or require council/assembly members to be present, and adds, and that both council and assembly members and the public may participate from remote locations, and then it strikes, but the public must be allowed to attend any venue in which the council assembly is making decisions and actions, because that's not actually legally true. So then Amendment 5 strikes the entire whereas clause, that whereas to many people, the experience of in-person testimony addressing their elected officials face-to-face, their meeting location on times of public concern is important to the process and to convey their message, and is not effective or heeded when provided by telephone or in writing. And I think that one is pretty basic, that we do have testimony all the time by phone and teleconference and by Zoom now and by Teams. And so this is just not true, and so I'm striking it completely. Then amendment number 6 is page 2, lines 10 to 12. Might be slightly different in the final version. It adds, whereas at each assembly meeting closed to the public to date, underscore while telephonic testimony has been challenging, the public has still had reasonable opportunity to participate, and strikes out fraught with technical issues, missed calls, and marginally effective. The 7th part of this, which is the whereas clause, nothing in the Home Rule Charter, Anchorage Municipal Code, or state law expressly, and I add the word forbids, strike the word allows, the government body from opening a meeting to telephonic access due to a global health pandemic characterized by highly contagious airborne transmission. Amendment number 8 strikes out just the phrase "in person" from the clause that describes this very interesting document that's referenced in the resolution that isn't a legal document per se. People have been trying to track down who is Gordon Tans, which is referenced in the whereas. Next is amendment number 9, whereas it is unreasonable to expose municipal staff, elected officials, and the public to a highly contagious virus that may cause death, which is roughly around, I'm not sure where that's supposed to go. This is out of order. That's a new whereas clause added to page 1. I'm sorry, it's slightly out of order. I see what Quincy did here. Whereas clause page 1, line 21 adds a new whereas clause. Whereas it is unreasonable to expose municipal staff, elected officials, and the public to a highly contagious virus that may cause death. And then new whereas clause. Whereas Emergency Order 15 recognizes the risk posed even by outdoor gatherings, and opening chambers for in-person testimony invites the public to gather outside chambers while waiting for their turn to provide testimony. Amendment number 11, whereas it is possible to balance protecting public health and safety from COVID-19 spread by, striking the word and, add the word by, strike the word and, providing for telephonic or email public testimony in the spirit of Open Meetings Act and Charter Section 1705, strikes compliance by allowing individuals into assembly chambers at least one at a time. Now therefore, and then the last section, section 1, at each assembly meeting held in the assembly chambers while EO15 is in effect, individuals wishing to provide testimony on public hearing items during audience participation or by appearance request shall be accommodated via telephonic participation or email communication as a reasonable accommodation during an international public health emergency. Those are the amendments I would like to add to this document, and that's the discussion I hope to have right now.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, do you want to speak to the amendment?
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take you out of the queue. Mr. Weddleton? Excuse me, before I get to you, Ms. Kennedy, on the amendment.
Thank you. I do have a question from Mr. Constant, but was it seconded?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I would actually like to ask Mr. Constant, why are you're basically all these amendments is basically doing the exact opposite in almost every section than the intent is for the resolution to begin with. So my question is, why go to the extent of amending it so it completely does a 180-degree shift on the intent? Why not just vote against it? Thank you.
Fair question. When you have a one-sided political debate and you're able to frame the argument that these people are attempting to cut you out of the process and not hear from you, and you leave that as the grounds by which this decision is made, you make this body look like it doesn't want to hear from the public, and I find that deeply offensive. The purpose of transforming this resolution to communicate clearly to the public why we are having to be in this posture where we take testimony by phone and by email is because people are dying. We care for people who are vulnerable in our community, and it is unfair to make me vote to say the public can't come in here based on a bunch of assertions that are factually incorrect, that are an attempt to make us look bad and fit a narrative that is, in my opinion, blatantly false. And so it is my hope that the members of this body will communicate to the public that the purpose of the closure is to save lives, not for political points. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I respond? So, thank you. Okay. First of all, the entire point of this is to allow people into the chambers. And there are ways that I think that can be done, because there are people that need that face-to-face, and I think that's good and healthy for us as well. And it just seems to me that it's a little, it's kind of just an overreaction to the idea that, oh my gosh, if we let 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people in to the assembly, that all of a sudden the entire assembly and the staff is now vulnerable to the spread of the disease. The point is, every single one of you guys, actually, because you are there, walking in, presents yourself with that kind of a threat amongst any of the assembly members or any of the staff members. So it's not like all of a sudden if a couple of just regular public members walk in that all of a sudden there's more risk of COVID spread. That's just not true, and that's unfair to think that that's going to happen, that that's something that's prevalent in the community. So I think everybody, I have a high-risk husband, so I choose to do my meetings here, but that doesn't mean that I couldn't necessarily come into a meeting and wear my mask and do all these things that are appropriate. I'll probably come in the next meeting we have. But regardless, the whole point of this was to say that there are ways to accommodate some people. We're not going to let 100 in, and I don't think that's what this asks. It's something as simple as being able to just let the public know that they are welcome here just as much as we are. We have no special status that says, oh, this is just for us, nobody else, because that does violate the Open Meetings Act. And so anyway, so I can't support all of these amendments. If there were some that were just trying to kind of get at a little bit more basic information, I could understand that. But just the whole effort to just totally overturn this idea of allowing people into the assembly doesn't make sense to me. So anyway, so appreciate all the work that went into it, but I don't think it actually fits the bill in terms of what the intent of this is, and that is to allow our public to participate in person, the same that each one of us is. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Actually appreciate Mr. Constance's work on this. I think it does express things more crisply the way things go. However, I would move to amend his amendment to delete Amendment 5, and I kind of want to reword Amendment 12, but at this point I'll just say delete it.
Okay, if that's all you have, then...
well, I'd like to get a second to speak to it.
Sure, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Haller. Did you... go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, thanks. And, so, like I said, I really appreciate Mr. Constance's work on this. It makes it say things much clearer. But this Amendment 5 is a key thing. And if this whole thing were the only whereas were Amendment 5, I think that gets to the core issue. Because for the most part, I think the telephone has been a little clumsy, but it's worked fine. And I was calling in for months, and I thought it might be more effective than me being here, so it can work. But there are a substantial number of people who just feel like they need to be here, they need to look us in the eye. And I'm sensitive to that. If we can give it to them, we should do it in some way. So the question is, like you say, we want to be safe. But if they were halfway down the aisle, if we moved a speaker halfway down the aisle and we let 2 people line up, 1 person in the middle, and they went out a separate door, I just don't feel like I'm any more threat. I'm less threat than I am. So I don't know where bags spin or Cameron, and we're all within 6 feet here, So we're not doing the 6 feet separation here, folks. But so am I going to someone who's probably 30 feet away? I'm good with that because there are people who really just want to look us in the eye, and that's fine. Let's give it to them. We can do it safely. So I'm good with all your amendments. I say get rid of Amendment 5, and I think we should allow, and I would have made it, 5 people so they could kind of line up in row, and then things would streamline operationally, and we'd still be safe. So that's my motion and my speaking to it. Remove 5 and 12.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Well, if you can reword it so it lets people come here. I just haven't.
Thank you. Ms. Haller, did you want to speak to this amendment to the amendment?
I do. Thank you. I appreciate all the work that Mr. Constant put into the amendment as well. But I'm going to be perfectly frank with you too, Mr. Constant. I know that every single time we leave and we're not in front of these cameras, all our masks are off. We aren't social distancing upstairs. The public needs to know that. We go into grocery stores with more people than this and we're closer. So to say that it's not okay for one person at a time, or even 30 feet away or 5 people away. I'm not really sure what the body is afraid of. I'm not sure why they don't want to have public testimony 30 feet up the hill. They could talk to us and we can move the podium up. To say it's all political, no, it's not. I'll tell you what it is, though. It's me. It's me defending my country and donning a pair of combat boots to fight for the freedom of those people to use their constitutional rights to come into their government and testify. So unless you've ever fought for your country, you might not understand what it definitely means to fight for that freedom. So to sit there and just arbitrarily say, it's about death, you're kind of exaggerating on that portion, because I know for a fact how you maneuver around the city and how you say things and socialize without your mask and distancing. So everybody needs to practice what they preach. I know what the mayor does. He walks around without his mask too. We've all been exposed. We all come in here and testify. So to say your life is at stake because someone's coming in and only one person wants to testify isn't okay. I know why I'm sitting over here today. You wanted to bring up a point. So everybody sees that now I'm social distancing and I have my mask on. That's fine. I will always put service before self. And that's what we need to do. So don't be nervous, and nobody needs to be scared, and I don't mind if you think I'm singling out our entire body to include myself. I've had to sit through testimony that I don't like to hear. All of us had to. I have been threatened my life. I have been all sorts of things, but guess what? I'm still here today, and I'm more than willing to listen to anybody that has something to say, and everybody else should too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, did you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, please. So I understand why Mr. Weddleton's asked to do the amendment to the amendment, but I have a problem with the language that basically suggests that telephonic or email testimony is not affected or heeded when provided. I just find that to be untrue. So I can't support Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment. And one of the reasons I can't support, or why I can't support that, is because I spend tens of hours a week answering nothing but telephonic and email testimony. It's absolutely heated. It is read, it is thought about, and it is responded to. I have set aside nearly the rest of my life to do it. The participation has been off the charts. So I'm unwilling to have something that I think is untrue in a resolution that I'd be asked to vote for, or I can't vote for it if there's something that's just patently untrue.
Thank you. You're in the queue, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I'm not sure at what places in the public my peer has suggested that I am not wearing my mask, but I do wear my mask if I'm indoors, and I do wear my mask if I'm in crowds, as much as I don't like it. And so for my part, it stands that while we have EO15 and these very tight restrictions, the rule that we should be hewing to is that this procedure works and is legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment to the amendment?
Ms. Altel's point, the way I read this, and I think I can add a couple of words, reading Amendment 5, is talking about the perception of many people. And I agree with her. The reality is the phone calls and the emails call testimony, like I said, to me, it's worked fine. But a lot of people, many people, as it says, the experience of in-person testimony, addressing elected officials face-to-face, meeting, location, on times of public concern is important to the process and to convey their message. To many people, this is their belief, and I would add then, and they feel it is not effective or heeded when provided by telephone or writing. I don't know that it's a reality. I think some people feel that. I don't necessarily agree with it. The phone calls and emails are fine with me. But I know that people want to look us in the eye, be here, and I'm going to accommodate that. So that's what I'm looking at here. So can I amend the...
No, we don't do tertiary amendments.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay, but anyway, that's the way I read this, is that some people feel that way.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. in terms of the amendment, I think we do need to strike that clause because Mr. Weddleton's exactly right. This is all about public perception. This isn't about who answers their emails. This isn't about how many phone calls somebody takes or calls out. This is about how the public feels about whether or not they're being included. And the point is, a lot of people are feeling like they're not. And unfortunately, the message that we tend to send is that we don't want them here. That we want to, it's that whole idea about there's things going on behind closed doors. And that is probably the number one thing that will make the public suspicious of every decision, every comment, everything that the Assembly does. And that's what we're risking here by saying we're not going to let you in. There are certainly people that believe we're hiding behind the fear of COVID, and there are certainly people who think that there are things being said or done behind closed doors that they're not allowed to be witnesses to. And the point is, they absolutely want to be witnessing what's going on in their government, their local government. So I would hope that, again, the whole intent of this is to figure out how to allow a few people to come in. This isn't about giving anybody any greater risk. This isn't about criticizing the way somebody handles their connection to the public. This is just about doing things that provide a better message to the public and basically helps us get rid of that perception that we have something to hide and they're not welcome here. So anyway, I will support this particular amendment to take this Amendment 5 off of this other overall amendment.
I thought you had two. I guess you didn't.
So anyway, I think there might be somebody else on the line here or something. But anyway, okay, so I will support the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, if there's anyone on the phone, please mute yourself if you are not speaking. We are hearing you, so please mute yourself if you are not speaking. Mr. Presverdia, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. Wow. If I was at home watching this, I'd be pretty lost. So I want to clarify one thing. So I would just, first of all, a statement. I would agree that Amendment 5 is simply, trying to interpret what people feel. And I'm not sure there's any benefit to that. And I certainly do not agree that people prefer face-to-face over email or phone calls. That's certainly not been true, at least in my experience. Lots of people prefer to just call me or email me and that sort of thing. So I'm fine with eliminating Amendment 5. I guess I'm looking for some maybe legal opinion on this. If we were to eliminate Amendment 5 or eliminate Amendment 5 and Amendment 12 as what's being proposed, would this essentially, with lots of sort of good information for the public to understand the rationale, would this still allow people to come in and testify in a way that is safe? That's the question. Does this still fulfill the intent of the original? Yes. So that's the question I'm asking. If we were to remove 5 and 12, does this still allow the public in a responsible way to come in and testify in chambers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think earlier you said you wanted a legal perspective, but
I thought that was Kate.
No, that was Sound.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was you that said that. Yes. Sorry. Can you please respond to that?
Through the chair, Assembly Member Perez Verdia, and yeah, with the masks, it's a little hard to know. So technically, what would the resolution do by eliminating Amendment number 12? It would allow at least one member of the public to enter chambers at a time for that purpose, and then said, but more may be permitted to enter if capacity limitations will not be exceeded. Right now, we have exactly 15 people in chambers. That is the limit in EO 15 right now, which is not a long-term emergency order. As you know, it's got an expiration date on it. So there would have to be fewer other people in to be within the capacity limitations. I don't know that the safety question is a legal one. I would just point out that EO 15 does limit outdoor gatherings as well, and so there is a sense in here with Amendment 10 that points out that inviting in-person testimony may encourage the violation or might result in the violation of EO 15 because you're encouraging a large group of people to come here with the hope that they get inside on a more limited basis, and then they're gathering for quite a long time. As you know, our meetings last a while, and so that might be not safe under the parameters of what EO 15 is looking for. But I think that I've done the most on the legal part of what you were asking me.
Yep, that helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any further.
Mr. Chairman, the queue. I'm in the queue on the wrong item. Sorry. There we go.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just one last note. I do urge a no vote on both of these amendments. And this theory that people will somehow follow the rules when they come in. There were 3 women who sat at the third row right here next to the speakers for 30 hours. And every time somebody said something that they didn't like, they hissed at them. And all 3 of them refused to wear a mask. And there was no way to ask them not to be here because that would then look like us using police power to remove someone. And so it's such a dilemma that we face in this process. And that's why we try to be reasonable with providing access. And the reasonable access, send us your email communications. We will call you. We will actually call you at your home. All you have to do is get on the list. That's pretty amazingly reasonable. And so for my part, just because we set a policy that says people will follow the rules, we had a provider of restaurant that had to be taken to the court to be compelled to follow the rules. And so this is the process we're facing. And while we have EO 15, I strongly recommend that we protect the community by doing this. And so I do please ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 7-4. So we now have the amendment before us. Any further discussion?
Chair, can I make a comment?
On the amendment, sure.
Yeah, so we're supposed to have 15 people in here right now? Right? I mean, that's part of what we're talking about with the amendment, with the limit of people in the chambers.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard, you can make your comment.
All right, we have 17.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-3. We now have the main, actually we do have another amendment. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move LaFrance, amendment number 13.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While the resolution is primarily in reference to EO 15, I believe it's important to make it clear that when the chambers reopen, masks are required. And so what this amendment does is add reference to Emergency Order 13, Version 2, clarifies that all individuals in the chambers are required to wear a mask or face covering during assembly meetings. And so it adds a whereas with that EO 13 reference, and then proposes to add new sections at the bottom
whereas Section 2 recognizes that queuing or gathering outside of a LUSAC library while on municipal property and, with less than 6 feet of physical distance without a mask is risky. So this also further specifies what an appropriate cloth face covering is by stating a proper mask or cloth face covering that covers the nose and mouth and does not contain an exhalation valve, vent, or any visible gaps or holes that unreasonably reduces the effectiveness of said mask or covering. And then Section 3, to protect the health and safety of everyone, states that if there's anyone on the dais who's not complying with the cloth face covering mask mandate, then the chair shall call for compliance, and if compliance is not achieved, then public testimony in person will not be allowed, and it will be conducted telephonically unless everyone wears a mask or appropriate face covering. On the back, letter A says that during continuing violation of this section, the clerk shall provide a telephone or other device to the public to be used outside of the assembly chambers for the purpose of providing public testimony. And then 4 states that masks may not be removed except briefly for speaking, drinking, or eating. And then 5 states that a proper mask is one that covers the nose and mouth, does not contain an exhalation valve, vent, or any visible gaps or holes that reasonably reduces the effectiveness of said mask or covering, is made of at least 2 layers of tightly woven materials such as common cloth used in bed sheets or the equivalent, and has a snug fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment.
Yeah, sorry, absorbing it a little bit. But one thing, just a question. In fact, I at the top it says purpose, and you refer to Emergency Order 13 version 2, and your whereas just says EO 13. Should that be version 2? I don't remember what the difference was between them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, thanks for the question. In that whereas paragraph, it states, on like the 4th line, which was followed by an updated version on July 31st.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pretty clear. My bad. Thanks. This sounds somewhat okay. I mean, it deals with if we don't wear masks and if anyone in this room doesn't wear a mask. Is that correct? So even EO 15 goes away, and then wherever we are, and we might have 20 or 30 people in here. So if one person doesn't wear a mask, the chair asks them to wear a mask, they say, I won't, then the chair, as I'm just working through this, I want to see what this looks like. So then the chair would say, okay, we will no longer take in-person testimony, only on the phone. So people here to testify in person, they're kind of left hanging. So you're saying, well, we'll put a phone out there and they can use that phone to call in. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think what Ms. LaFrance has provided here is a roadmap, along with some of the other ideas that have been presented tonight, to how we might be able to get back to in-person testimony, even with a relatively high level of community spread in the population. And I remember when we first closed the chamber back in March and continued through April, we worked with the clerk's office to try to figure out what was the best way to allow for public testimony. And we developed a system involving the telephone, and it's not perfect, but I think this body continues to iterate and to improve on that. But I want to reiterate something that Mr. Constant said, which is, during May and June, as cases started to rise again, we had a number of, and I'm sorry, in July as well, we had a number of very heated meetings here with a lot of members of the public. And the simple fact of the matter is, they did not follow social distancing. Some folks did, and we really appreciate that, but there was widespread violation of the norms. People weren't wearing masks. People were gathering in relatively large groups. And we had one fairly contentious event where a person not wearing a mask refused to leave the microphone and our security guard had to be called. And so that's what I'm keeping in my mind when I'm thinking about what is going to be happening, what we're asking of the security guards here and the situations we're putting them in, if we're allowing that kind of violation to continue to occur. And I think that if we just say, you'll go out to that other room and you'll wait there, or you'll go just outside and you'll wait there, without these kind of provisions, we're just moving the problem a little bit out of our sight, but still to a place where the staff of this facility have to interact with folks, and where we are potentially creating a situation where people are interacting with people outside of their bubble and causing the spread. So I support this. I hope we can get to a situation where we have live in-person testimony again, but it doesn't return to a situation like we had in July with widespread breaking of the rules of this body as established by the chair, and in some cases the emergency order, and placing our security in impossible situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I think in order to be able to have folks in here to testify, I believe the public would be okay with what Assemblywoman LaFrance put before us. But one question I would have is, perhaps we could amend this to allow folks to follow your guidelines in this amendment with a proper mask. So some people would probably need to be offered a mask when they came in. And is that something we can look at providing for individuals to come in to testify in person?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. To answer that question, that was already provided to members when we were open to the public. Yep. Yes, thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Kennedy?
I'm still waiting for a copy of that. I haven't been able to find it in my emails, so I'd ask for that to be forwarded to me, please. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break so we can get that to you. So, Ms. Kennedy, you should have received it, but we're going to take a couple minutes so you can digest it.
No, Mr. Chair, I still haven't received it.
read a short paragraph, please.
A short paragraph.
I think we're just trying to test audio stuff.
Okay. Okay, so you just want me to read something so you can test. Okay, whereas to further protect the public health and safety, the mayor issued EO 13 on June 26th, mandating that individuals wear masks or cloth face coverings over their noses and mouths when indoors in public settings. So that's enough of a test.
Okay, here's.
Thanks, Crystal.
I don't have enough room. It's just
because this is maxing out the system.
Oh, and there's no way we can reset the system.
That's why we're way loud. We can adjust it. The problem is that it's just like if you were yelling into your speakerphone, the system's going to adjust you down a little bit, is how we have it set right now. Because however she's talking, she's either too far away from the mic or too close.
Okay.
And so something is about it.
Okay, so I'm just going to, I send her a private email and I will just tell her I'm going to test all of those issues. Yeah, well, okay, got it. I will just tell her we're going to do a separate test with her. No, I don't. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I think it's yes for both.
I think it is.
Yeah.
But I was like, of course.
Yeah.
I realized that was a mistake.
All right, if members can go ahead and take their seats, we're going to get started again.
I think we're fine. I just think the security guard that he's going out. Okay.
All right, so I will ask one more time, any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
That amendment passes 10-1. We now have the main motion before us. Any further discussion? Sorry, guys, I gotta say something.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I appreciate the spirit in which the members from Chugach Eagle River have brought this item forward. I think with the amendment that Mr. Constant has brought forward, I am in a place where I can support this item. I too want to see a return to in-person public testimony. But the fact remains, we are in the middle of a global pandemic, and it would be, I think, frankly, foolish for us to think that we can go back to normal so quickly. So as soon as the decision was made to limit in-person testimony at assembly meetings, I have worked nonstop with the clerk's office and really want to thank the clerk's office for their wonderful work to assess how we can further engage the public and increase access. I would say that we are in a better place regarding access than we were 8 months ago. Members of the public are able to find and follow along with all of the documents during our work sessions, which was previously only accessible to those who could come in person. Members of the public can now view our proceedings on YouTube, Facebook, and Channel 9 on TV. Members of the public can now participate in our meetings over the phone, giving a new opportunity that did not exist for those to engage with their elected representatives. Members of the public can now provide written testimony, which is officially added into the record, whereas previously these emails were only accessible through a Freedom of Information Act request. and more improvements are being made every day. Our sound system is improving, as we've seen today. Our website will be going through an overhaul. Our documents are going to be easily searchable for members of the public and the assembly. So again, while I respect the spirit of the resolution as originally proposed, I would not be able to support that. But as amended, I will be supporting this and ask my colleagues' support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. I would like to postpone this indefinitely because truly this has done a 180-degree swap over the intent of what this resolution was originally. And it has definitely, you can say there are some good points to it now. I think with what Ms. LaFrance wanted to do, I think that's reasonable to pursue. However, it does not fall under the intent of this amendment, which was to open the assembly chambers for audience participation at assembly meetings. So I find that everything that's been done is absolutely the opposite of what it started out to be. I think the people that said that they were supporting it or weren't supporting it would probably change their minds now and say, well, no, I don't support it now, or yeah, I really do support it now. So I think it's unfair to the public to have a document that has changed so dramatically. So I think the best thing to do for this one would be to go ahead and postpone it indefinitely. If somebody wants to make a new resolution that gets to the heart of whatever it is someone was actually trying to do, then maybe we can have a discussion on that. But to totally switch something to the opposite of what it started out as, I think is not fair to the public. It certainly doesn't align with the intent that I, as a maker of the motion, had in mind. So I would like to see this postponed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Kennedy's comments, and that as a sponsor, I would be disappointed to have one of my resolutions I had sponsored flipped 180. That said, the title of this resolution still fully fits with what we have done. It says that it is our statement about us requiring the assembly chambers to accommodate individuals wishing to testify on public hearing items or in audience participation at assembly meetings. We have now made as we move forward and vote on the main motion here, if we do, this is why I urge a no vote on the motion to postpone. It makes it clear our intent of where we're at, where we're headed. I think this provides great clarity and does exactly what the title of this resolution suggests that it wanted to do, which is to make sure we were clear in what accommodations we were providing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually would like to ask Ms. Vogel a question again. She seems to be really good at answering my questions. In its current form, does this resolution allow members of the public to physically attend meetings in the chambers? Yes or no?
Not during EO 15.
I guess I need clarification on that. If we were to, because earlier I heard that if we were to reduce the number of people in the room to less than 15, then would this allow a member of the public to attend a meeting physically?
Through the chair, Assembly Member Perez-Verdia, I don't believe that the resolution itself does that right now. It talks about how the way to accommodate and a way to accommodate is to allow telephonic testimony. I don't think it precludes that as an option, but there was the statement in there about wanting to prevent outdoor gathering, and so it doesn't seem fully consistent with some of the whereases to move to that model where you have the outdoor gathering issue. But it instead talks about, and I only have a copy on my computer, not in hard paper, so it's a little bit harder for me to just read it, but it took out the portion that absolutely mandated the in-person, but I don't know if that fully answers that question.
Yes, and so, Mr. Chair, I guess I'm feeling a bit of an impasse. So, if other members who are in the queue could speak to this, I would appreciate it. But my understanding was that that this met the original intent of the resolution, and that just simply added language to clarify sort of the parameters in which that would happen. But it would still allow in-person public testimony if it's done in a safe way. So maybe others who are going to speak to it can address that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I see Mr. Constant in the queue, so I'll let him address this issue. On this motion, I conversed with the clerk, and I understand absolutely where Ms. Kennedy and where Ms. Allard are coming from in terms of this is a different resolution than they offered. So the clerk advises me that if both members Allard and Kennedy would like to remove their names from this new resolution, they have the ability to do so, and then new members could add their names to the resolution. So I wanted to put that out as an opportunity for members Allard and Kennedy. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair?
Sure. Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Okay, I would like to take advantage of that. I was going to ask that question. If I can remove my name from this document, I would like to do that. Thank you.
Okay, that direction has been given to the clerk.
I will too.
Okay, that direction has been given to the clerk. Did you want to speak more on this motion, Ms. Allard? To postpone?
I wanted to say that we were trying to stay in line with the Executive Order 15 to show the respect of what we were trying to do, as not to do anything other than just get one person in here at a time. That's all we want to do, just one person at a time. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
I urge a no vote. The reason why is to establish a clear record of why we have done this, and the reason we've done it is because of EO 15, and the fact that it's the law, and that we have had to make accommodations, and that we're all having to make sacrifices. I'm getting the lies are already spinning quickly out there in the world about what I have proposed. I'm getting lots of reports about that good stuff. But the bottom line is we have a duty to communicate to the public why we made this decision. And this document, as amended, does that clearly. And I urge a no vote so we can get to the main matter.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, well, I'm not an attorney, but reading this and to kind of follow up on Mr. Perez-Verdia's point, Section 1, the addition says people will be accommodated by telephonic participation or email communication as reasonable accommodations, and specifically deletes and allowed in chambers. So my impression of this is during EO 15, no public testimony in the chambers. I will vote yes for this. I think it's just, but I mean, and then come out. We don't need a resolution. I think the chair could just say these are going to be the guidelines and post them out front. So I think out of respect for the people who sponsored this, even if their names are off of it, is just let this one go away and have the chair write up some new rules and post them up there next meeting tomorrow.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you. I just want to put on the record that I really do want to create an opportunity for people to testify in person if it's safe. I mean, I think that is essential. And so that was my hope in this, was that we were going to hold to the spirit of the original intent, and that we were going to add some language to make sure that it was done in a responsible way, and that there was good communication about why we were doing the things that we're doing. And it still feels like that we're doing that. And so I would encourage us to vote no on the resolution to postpone and follow through with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Madam.
Sounds plausible.
All right, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
That motion fails 8-3. So we now have the main motion back before us. Would note that we don't have any sponsors for
Sign me up,
this.
please.
So that was Mr. Constant. And if anyone else would like to direct the clerk to add them as a sponsor, they may do so now. Okay, hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
Ms. Kennedy,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item is approved 8-3. Next, we have item 10E2. Resolution number AR 2020-284, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,307,585 of the MOA Trust Fund balance as a contribution to the 2020 General Government Operating Budget Area-Wide General Fund as revenue in support of 2020 operations as approved with AR 2020-94S as amended, Office of Management and Budget. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
You know, I did, and I recommend that we not approve it now. And you know, these funds assume that we have deposited in the trust fund the funds from the ML&P sale, which we essentially, we haven't really chosen where we'd put it. There seems, we could pay off bonds or we can put it in the trust fund. I think when we approved this year's budget, we've implicitly said it would go into the trust fund because we have approved spending the 4.5% or whatever, the percent of value within this year's budget. But I think if Mr. Slivsky's here, he can tell us why we have to do this now. But I would feel a lot more comfortable just waiting until the sale is done and the money is in the account, and then we do this. But basically, we're spending money that doesn't exist yet. So I urge a no vote. But I'd like to hear from Mr. Slivka, too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Slivka.
Through the chair to Mr. Weddleton, you're correct. As long as we get this done by the end of the year, we should be fine. This does assume the modeling that we've done, that we're paying off all the available debt, and the money that is left over then would be deposited into the MOA trust. But there's no harm in waiting until the sale is actually consummated to proceed with this.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So, Mr. Slivka, is there any difference if we postpone this item till November or if we just kill it and then come back to it?
I would appreciate if you postponed it until November. That way we have it there to act on it then. Thank you.
All right, so I would make a motion to postpone this item to the meeting of November the 4th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any other discussion on that motion? So the motion we have before us is to postpone taking action on this item to November 4th. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item passes 11 to 0. Or, excuse me, that motion to postpone passes 11 to 0. We now have before us item 10E, resolution number AR 2020-281, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,205,500 when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the provision of public health nursing services in the Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled it because I really had a question in terms of what we're going to do with this fund. One of my concerns is that in Eagle River, we don't have a testing site for COVID. And I know I've been asking for one. We had one that was very short-lived. They were using a church parking lot to provide the service with, and that church needed its parking lot back. So anyway, it moved, even though I'm sure there are plenty of other school parking lots out here that aren't being used right now. But anyway, my question would be, is there a way to use some of this money to actually be able to set up a testing site in Eagle River?
So this is Natasha. I'm on the line if you want me to answer that question.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. So this grant is our operating grant that we get every year to pay for our employees and then pay for supplies for the regular operations that we do on a regular basis. There is new money coming in at some point from the state, from the FB section for specifically related to COVID. However, I know that this issue has come up, and I believe if Mr. Falty was here, he might have more details because we do have a new testing contract, and so I think they are looking at options. Oftentimes the school district facilities have been an issue for us to be able to use even when they are empty, but I will make sure that this is noted and shared with the team that's working on the testing strategy to ensure that that concern is addressed, because I know this has been an ongoing conversation, but these funds are really used for our typical pass-through. And of course, the nurses that are working under these grant dollars are obviously working on COVID, contact tracing, and response.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If I may, I just...
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Pineda. I appreciate the answer. Yes, I'm just really trying to track this because it has been something we've been asking for. So I'm looking for all angles that might potentially be a good source for funding it. So thanks for the feedback. And yeah, I'll just keep asking the question. So thank you.
No problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
Mr. Peterson, could I confirm you voted yes?
Yes.
That item passes 11 to 0. Two more items, and then we'll take our break. So next we have item 10F6, AIM 1113-2020, reports from the administration regarding any emergency measures taken under the proclamation of emergency, extended by Assembly Resolution AR 2020-85 as amended. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
Yeah, just disregard. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
I need a mover and a seconder.
No.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I was the second. I'm sorry.
You're the second, Chris?
I thought I was. Yeah, I thought it was Meg first, and then I second.
Yep. cannot have a seconder without a first or a third, it looks like. Okay,
Members may proceed to vote.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Can we change that?
yes.
Okay, so that item is approved 11-0. Next, we have item 10F7, AIM 114-2020, Notice of Upcoming Collective Bargaining Agreement Negotiations with Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I asked the Vice Chair to pull this item just to inform the members that at some point in September, so before the October 1st intent to begin negotiations between the municipality and APDEA, I will be calling a special meeting of the Assembly for us to give our guidance to the administration on this on this negotiation. And both the APD leadership and the APDEA leadership are in the loop on that intent. So just wanted to put that out there for the members. If you haven't read the latest contract, you may want to start reading that. It'll likely be in mid-ish September when that special meeting is called. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Do it any time.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. With that, we're going to go ahead. That completes our consent agenda. We're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break. and we're going to get started again in a minute. Get started again, folks. So, we now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 438-2020, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals Appointment. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor? Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
This is an AM. Yeah, it's corner.
Second.
We are on item 11A. Yeah,
It is approved, yeah.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Not seeing any. We will vote once the clerk is ready.
Where's the item? It's not here though. There we go.
Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy? Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
That item is approved 10-1. We now have before us item 11B, ordinance number AO 2020-66S as amended. An ordinance authorizing the acquisition by purchase or lease with option to purchase of real property legally described as Lot 7A, Block C, Heather Meadows Subdivision, Plat 77-149, PID 009-161-51. Lots 1 through 6, Block C, Rosebud Subdivision, Plat P-224A, PID 009-161-32, 009-161-33, 009-161-34, 009-161-35, 009-161-36, 009-161-37, Block 4A, Central City Subdivision, Plat 76-245, PID 003-241-29, the improvements on Lot 1, Block 33C, USS 408, Plat 84-374, PID 003-073-33, and Tract C, Green Valley Re-Subdivision Number 1.
Wait reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's the motion on the floor?
There is no motion on the floor, Mr. Chair.
Don't we have a motion to approve? Because we have various amendments that we've already done.
Mr. Chair, we missed carrying over the amendments, the motions and the amendments from the prior system. I apologize to you for that. We will go back and find out who made those motions to approve and correct minutes to reflect that.
Thanks. And so just to clarify, all of those amendments approved and we're good to go. We're just going to have to go back in the system and get that into the new system.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a variety of amendments to go through to finish this up. Okay, so I believe we were still in the middle of the various lettered amendments to number 1. So we now have proposed amendment D to amendment number 1 by Assembly members Zolotel and Rivera. Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I only have one amendment to 11 Bravo. So
Under the old agenda, it was item 14B, which is, you're going to see that on a lot of these amendments. It'll be amendment to agenda item number 14B2.
Thank you. I move amendment number D.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant.
Mr. Chair, I got a point of order.
Sure.
Were I to move to bifurcate, to pull out
second
I'm seeing when and how it would happen. This poses a question. Were I to move to bifurcate to take out the Alaska Club, so that's section 1B, is that something that can happen, and when would it happen?
Let me answer him. So that is a motion that you made at the previous meeting, and that motion failed.
No, that was different. That was to actually just remove them. This is different to keep it in play, but it would bifurcate it.
So what is the...
I have a point of order.
Hold on, Ms. Allard, I'll get to you. So the intent here is to bifurcate what? Can you explain that?
So basically we'd have two of the same thing, sort of. One would be with everything except the old Alaska Club, and then we'd have the second one with only the Alaska Club.
Got it. That is not a motion that's been made, so it is in order to make that motion. Ms. Allard, on your point of order?
Yeah, I'd like to move to postpone until we actually have a meeting with the Inspector General.
Second.
I didn't get invited to that meeting.
You got the email.
Yes, motion to postpone. Did you have a date specific for that, Ms. Allard?
I don't. I think that we might be able to move it probably as far out as September, only because I don't know what the Inspector General, I'm sure we can move it forward if we had to, but the Inspector General is going to find out where we stand on our CARES Act funds, and after they either disagree or agree, we can figure out where we need to reevaluate where CARES Funds Acts can be used and whether it's going to fall under fraud, waste, and abuse. This is something that is at a high level. We are looking at dealing with Washington, D.C. and the Department of Justice, and I think that to stay in the line of legalities, we should postpone this vote so that none of us are held accountable for something that we might be doing illegally. And the taxpayers would be on the hook for paying all this money back.
Thank you. So there are 2 meetings in September. Would you like to do a September 15th or 29th for this motion?
I think September 15th is reasonable.
Okay, that'll be the motion. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to this motion to postpone to September 15th?
No, I just wanted to find out where to bifurcate. Do I do it after all? When would I do that?
If you could hold off on that motion until we're done with this, that'd be great.
No, that's fine.
Thanks. Ms. Zalatel on the motion to postpone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question on the motion to postpone for Ms. Vogel. If we move forward with the underlying ordinance and we approve the acquisition of the properties or any CARES Act appropriations or allocations this evening, and then we meet with the Inspector General and we learn information that suggests that we have done something that is not allowed, are we able to undo those actions before the money is spent?
Through the chair, Assembly Member Zalatel, yes, we are.
Then I would urge a no vote on the motion to postpone. It looks like we can be responsive to any information we may receive from the Inspector General, and we should move forward with our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to hear from the administration about what a month delay would do to this proposal.
Through the chair, Assembly Member Quinn Davidson, I think a month delay certainly gets us to the point where we would actually potentially be not able to use the funds to purchase these hotels. I think or these properties. I think as we have explained, there is quite a bit of due diligence that is still going to be required, that is going to take somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to 120 days. So getting to a final agreement on a purchase and sales agreement, starting that process in mid-September is going to put us very close to the December 30th deadline. And if we don't finalize a purchase and sales agreement by December 30th, we would not be able to legally use those funds for those purchases, because anything that is left over on December 31st has to be returned to the Treasury Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, having worked in real estate, I can see why that would be the case. Thanks for the answer.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the administration, we were all CC'd on that email from that federal official, and I'm curious if you have, I'm curious what kind of conversations you've had with them, and if there is going to be a meeting, what time, when it is scheduled for.
Yes, through the chair, Assembly Member Dunbar, I have had a conversation with that individual and have exchanged a number of emails. The meeting is scheduled for 11 a.m. tomorrow, where we will, again, I don't believe that the meeting will be the venue for the IG's office to say anything about what we are doing. Based on the email, they are simply, based on the complaints that they have received, want to get the facts from the administration on what we are proposing. Nothing in the email indicated anything that they believe what we're doing is not eligible, or that they would even render an opinion on what we were doing. They simply, based on the complaints, wanted to sit down and gather more information, and that is what we intend to provide tomorrow, is the information as to why we believe these this particular ordinance falls squarely in line with eligible activities with the CARES Act.
Thank you, Mr. Buckenstead. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that we do postpone. I don't know that we have to go all the way to September 15th. The meeting is tomorrow. And so once we get some answers, I mean, this is the CARES Act audit manager that's doing this through the U.S. Department of Treasury and the Office of Inspector General. So we probably ought to give them the opportunity to help us understand better, because obviously there are disagreements about whether or not this is being interpreted correctly. So it would be nice to have those answers rather than just blasting full speed ahead. So I would even suggest that maybe the maker of the motion would consider the moving the postponement date to August 28th, I believe might be the next meeting. But again, just so that we make sure we incorporate that meeting and the results of that meeting into the information that we need in order to make a good decision here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alley?
Thank you. This is for Bill. Bill, you said the meeting's tomorrow. Are we, as the Assembly members, we did each receive one of those emails. Are we excluded from that meeting?
Thank you. I think you meant that question for Mr. Buckenstead, but I'm going to...
I apologize.
You're good, but I'm going to go ahead and jump in on that request. So, yes, the entire Assembly did receive that email from the Treasury Department. It's my understanding that based on conversations that have been had with the Treasury Department, that they are only looking for one Assembly member, or as they've termed it, a representative of the Assembly to attend that meeting. They did not intend for all 11 Assembly members to attend that meeting.
Can I follow up with you, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Chair, are you going to be the one that's attending that meeting and you're going to disperse the information?
Yes, I will be attending the meeting. I'm not sure what information there is exactly to disperse, but it is my intent to attend the meeting, take notes of the meeting, and then report back to the Assembly.
And if we want to attend the meeting, are you excluding us from that happening?
So per the Open Meetings Act, there are potentially 2 other Assembly members who could attend that meeting if there is interest.
Okay, so can I go on record saying that I have interest in attending that meeting and I would like to attend?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that, should this ordinance be passed tonight, that doesn't mean that the administration is going to go out and buy properties tomorrow. It just sets in motion a series of investigations, basically, about whether the properties are good, whether there are any environmental issues, finalizing the costs. Like, there's a lot of things that have to happen before any purchase would happen. And so, to me, I don't see any need to postpone. We certainly have an opportunity to take future action if there is some issue with the Inspector General. My understanding is it's just an inquiry to meet and to discuss because they had received complaints. I don't think that there's some indication that we've done anything wrong. So to me, I'll postpone, or I'll oppose the motion to postpone just because I think time is of the essence.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I don't think we should postpone. One scenario is that this gets voted down and then everyone gets tomorrow morning off.
Yeah.
So I think we should go ahead and then tomorrow morning have something to show them and say, okay, here's where the Assembly landed, and then get their feedback on that. Otherwise, the feedback could be on something that we would change. It could be very different. So, I will not support postponing.
Thank you. Ms. Alley?
So there's an absolute reason why the Inspector General of the United States of America, who's located in D.C., who falls underneath the Department of Justice, actually came in and notified us yesterday. This is absolutely a reason why they obviously knew when the votes were going to take place, and to prevent us from going forward is a smart idea to protect us legally. But they don't come in and investigate or ask questions for NIMBY issues. So if anybody thinks that, there might be a few complaints, I would reevaluate what you think might be a few complaints as if you have anything of federal knowledge of what the Inspector General is. It's nothing to play with. And I personally don't want to be held legally responsible for us doing something that shouldn't happen.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify something that, I just heard from another assembly member, and that was about this just putting in motion the idea of investigating these properties and seeing if they're going to work. But that really is not the resolution or the ordinance. It is about authorizing the acquisition of, by purchase or lease, to purchase properties not to exceed $22,500,000. So we're talking $22.5 million. This isn't about just going out and investigating some properties. And you read further down, it does absolutely list and talk about the acquisition of the below listed properties, and of course list Beans Cafe, the Alaska Club, and Golden Lion, and America's Best Value. So we are talking about expending $22.5 million here, not just looking into what facilities might be out there and available. So just thought that was important to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Bockenstead. And given that this is a new process and guidelines have changed some and they may change in the future, what can we expect if there is a point where one of our appropriations is viewed to be not within the framework or the guidelines? Do you have any idea what would happen at that point? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, Assemblymember LaFrance, I'll take a crack at it, and I don't know if Ms. Vogel might have some thoughts as well. But my guess is that what would happen is we would get some sort of notification that what we did was deemed ineligible, and we would either end that program immediately and expend no more funds. And if there were funds already expended, I honestly don't know what would ultimately happen. I assume that there are a number of actions that both the Department of Treasury and or the IG's office could take, but without kind of knowing the specifics on the particular program, I don't know. But I would ask if Ms. Vogel had anything to add to that.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd just say that so far the guidance hasn't been more limiting, and when it's come out with updates to date, it's sometimes added more categories, but it hasn't so far gone back and undone. It's often added more questions and answers to more questions, but it hasn't undone the existing answers. Where you have funds that are expected to be spent pretty darn quickly, I think we'd have a great argument if they said, hey, we came out with an interpretation after you'd spent the money and publicized it, and you are now responsible for it. There's a question of how binding Treasury guidance is as a legal matter, and I think we'd have a good case if the guidance came out in a way that contradicted the existing guidance after the fact, given the parameters of the program. But I would be surprised given the way the guidance has developed so far.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick follow-up, if I may. Sorry, I just forgot my question. To Ms. Quinn Davidson's point that moving forward, we'll set in motion a series of due diligence and gathering more information. Can you say again how long you expect it to take from the point of executing the real estate transaction?
Do you mean from the point that we get approval with this under this ordinance to start? Through the chair, Assemblymember LaFrance, I think, as I have explained, if this ordinance is approved, Robin Ward would set in motion a number of different things in the due diligence world that, according to her, would take somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to 120 days to fully complete. So we're looking at somewhere in that neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Just to reiterate or kind of just talk a little bit about what Ms. LaFrance just said. Standard real estate transaction is 45 to 120 days. So that's kind of standard procedure. And just to the previous comments about how what we do today authorizes the purchase, it authorizes the due diligence process to move forward. And if that shows up with a good value, then we do the final transaction. And so this isn't an action that we do this tonight. Those properties are under contract and ours for good. So.
Thank you. With that, we need to take a little break. We run into our first snafu with the system, which isn't too bad for 9 o'clock. Okay, we're back in motion. So we now have before us, we finished discussion on the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of September 15th. Members may proceed to vote. All right, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
That motion fails 9-2. So I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Weddleton. Did you want to make your additional motion?
Well, I would do that. Should amendments be done and then do it? I mean, what would be the most expeditious way?
We can do amendments first, and then you can make that motion.
Reading the amendments, I think that would be more streamlined.
Sure. All right. So we're going to go back to proposed amendment D to amendment number 1. There was a motion and a second by Zalatel Constant on that amendment. Ms. Zalatel, do you want to describe the amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment adds 2 conditions to the authorization for acquisition of the Golden Lion Hotel. Number 1, that it never be used as a homeless and transient shelter, and 2, that secured egress be required for operation of the facility. These are both in response to neighborhood concerns and initial confusion that the Golden Lion property was proposed as some form of a homeless and transient shelter. So this is to clear up that while it is in the municipality's ownership, that is not the case.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. What does secured egress mean, though? Does that mean the doors are locked, or does it mean like a driveway thing?
If I may, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. It means that it's egress that a minimum is secure. So it's either secure via monitoring, or that it's really to get at the concern that folks will come in or out of the facility and be subject to bad traffic interactions at that corner, or that other individuals who may not be authorized to be at the facility may get in. So it'll be up to the ultimate operator to figure out the best plan for secure egress that works with their facility's plan. But it will have to be so that the comings and goings of individuals are well monitored and tracked.
Could I follow up a little bit?
Sure.
It's okay. So if you look at like Carlick Manor, to come in or go out, you have to go through a door, by someone, checks you in and checks you out. Is that what you're referring to?
That would not be out of line with this with the type of proposed facility.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you. And it's just a slight word choice thing. I sometimes when I read this get stopped with the word egress because there's ingress and egress, and it's really access. I don't think we need to amend it, but for the purposes of the record, I think it means in and out traffic, not just outward traffic.
Thank you. Yes, you're correct as to the intent for the clarification.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. And we're on proposed amendment D to amendment number 1.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That amendment passes 10-1. Next, we have proposed amendment number 2 by Assembly members Quinn Davidson, Zalatel, and LaFrance. Is there a motion?
I'll move amendment number 2, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Who wants to speak to it?
Okay, I can, Mr. Chair. So the idea behind this was here we have the community moving forward this alcohol tax that could do any number of things, including public safety items, homelessness and treatment, and also prevention type work, child abuse, sexual assault, domestic violence, and early childhood education. We wanted to make sure that the whole alcohol tax was not used for these services because we think the feedback we've received makes sense. We should be using those whatever tax revenue we get for a variety of services. So this lays out that no more of 50% of the operations cost per year would be attributed to the alcohol tax or would be used alcohol tax revenue for. And then it also encourages the administration to work with our other partners, philanthropic partners, and obtain other sources of income to be able to operate the facilities.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to add on to that a little bit, what I'm hoping this does is to help with the RFPs that go out to potential providers to really examine and look at the 1115 Medicaid waiver. I had the opportunity to talk with some folks at the state about the waiver, and it is really an impressive vehicle for us to provide and sustainably fund a lot of these services. So I want to ensure that we are fully looking at that as a funding opportunity and not diverting funds that could not otherwise be covered by something like the waiver, like the prevention work proposed in the alcohol tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I like Ms. LaFrance's better, but does that only work as a amendment to this one, or can it stand alone? The LaFrance Amendment A to Amendment 2.
Ms. LaFrance, do you want to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was planning to move it after this amendment because it just adds that other line regarding municipal revenues, which was something I wanted to bring up, but is appropriate, I think, to handle separately. So I do intend to move it after this amendment.
Okay, I'd like to move the France Amendment A to this amendment now.
Second. Seconded by Mr. Constant. Do you want to speak to your amendment, Ms. LaFrance?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say that Ms. Quinn Davidson and Ms. Zolotel did a lot of work in the language, especially in the previous one, and I essentially, have taken that to add municipal revenues. Actually, sorry, one second here. To put in the intent statement that the Assembly does not intend to use other municipal revenues like property taxes to fund operations, maintenance, or program services. And it goes along with the idea that was raised that other sources of revenue will sustain these programs and not property taxes.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, I'm just adding you back in the queue on this one.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's good. I guess I'm trying to understand too how concrete this language really is, and if it's just, an intention. Because I certainly don't want to see us get to the point where, all of a sudden it's 52% to pay for all the services and operation of these facilities, and we have to say, well, gosh, we can't do that then, or we have to get rid of this program, or we have to shut down this building because we've gone over the 50%. So, I certainly understand and appreciate the idea of asking for more funding from some of the nonprofits. I really agree with the one about not making any municipal revenues as part of trying to backfill. But again, the question is kind of how much is this set in stone in terms of the 50%? I just, and that's an interesting number, so I'm not really sure why that particular number. But anyway, I just want to see what we end up really committing ourselves to and just saying that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. Quinn Davidson to answer that question.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Kennedy, for the question. Yes, it is the intent of the Anchorage Assembly. So I think we're just making a general statement. It's in a whereas clause. This isn't law necessarily, but I think it's just showing that hopefully, if it should pass, that this body intends to really seek, as Ms. Salto brought up, 115 waiver funds, philanthropic investment, and really look to other things than just merely the alcohol tax. Since I guess we're technically speaking about Miss LaFrance's amendment, should I add a comment about that? Okay. My concern with the language that Miss LaFrance has added is, we've discussed a variety of options for funding for these facilities, and one is the MLMP expected dividend. And in my view, that is a municipal revenue. And so I think that this would be perhaps making it so we can't fund the operations of these facilities, and that to me is a really bad idea. So I will definitely be opposing this amendment.
Thank you. Just double checking, did you have anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you. Thank you to Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to Ms. Quinn-Davidson, I am concerned about limitations on the MLMP dividend funds that will be coming. I do read this to include those, and if we were to not fund overnight shelter at more than 50% using municipal revenues, we'd have to go find money that we've already appropriated, because we appropriated $735,000 for overnight shelter. That's more than 50% of what would be projected for sheltering the individuals in one of the proposed facilities on the overnight basis. So I think it provides some complications. I definitely get that we want to have a diversification of revenues, and we want to look to all sources, but for those reasons, I cannot support the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
The whole thing's kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of shows what we're getting into here. I mean, for the most, well, pretty much across the board, we don't run shelters. They're run by faith-based groups and others. And that's kind of my goal here. We'll buy the building. Someone else go do what they do well and raise the money. So I'm hoping this becomes totally ridiculous because we don't spend any money on it like we haven't for most of my history on the assembly and probably prior. Haven't really put money into things. I mean, the last couple of years we have. A little question on this, and I know we discussed this at the work session, but the anticipated increased trust dividend due from LMLMP, we just saw where we postponed putting that in the budget or in the bank. It's not that much, and we've already put it in this year's budget. So next year we'll have a full year's worth, but it's not going to be that much if you're counting on running these things based on that. So I don't know, but I do support this amendment. So.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. And for clarity, we are on proposed amendment A to amendment number 2.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
That amendment fails 7-4. We're now back to proposed amendment number 2 that is on the floor. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, excuse me, I have my qualms about this altogether because I don't want to communicate to anybody that we're not fully committed to the success of the programs that we're attempting to create if we purchase these properties and then do the RFPs and get this work on the road. I'm going to support it because we have heard loud and clear from our philanthropic partners that they intend to fund the first 3 years up to a certain sum of these operations. And so this resolution is running through 2021. And so with the firm commitments that we have from our partners to ensure that the operations are funded operationally to get themselves up and running, I'm okay voting for this restriction. I want to communicate broadly to the public that when these funding requirements come up, I will, once these programs are started, fight like hell to make sure they're completely funded, whether it's from public, private, waiver dollars. Our mission here should be to richly fund these projects until they stand successfully on their own in a neighborhood with low impacts and that are actually assets to the community as opposed to detriments like we've seen in the past. So for my part, I will support it, but the time limit and the fact that we have funding is...
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, this brings up an interesting point. So what does 2021 have to do with it? So Assembly intends to approve no more than 50% of the total cost of operations, maintenance, and program services from the alcohol tax revenues in 2021. So in 2022, we could use all the alcohol taxes money to run this?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead,
may,
Ms.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. The intent here is to state our general intent, but that we can't restrict the appropriation powers of a future body for and a budget further on. So we were looking just at this next year.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, though. Mr. Constant? Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on proposed amendment number 2.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Next, we have proposed amendment number 3 by Mr. Weddleton. Is there a motion?
Move Weddleton, Amendment 3.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, this just adds into the whereases that we have looked carefully at the CDC guide or the CARES Act guidance, and that this is a result of changes in the way shelters are operated based on CDC guidances, and therefore is a result of COVID-19. And I think that's very clear to those of us who have been delving into this for months now. And then it also adds that the MLMP funds would be are appropriate. It just puts in there, it's kind of just to acknowledge for future readers that we are aware of those issues and we've addressed them.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of this amendment. I think it's a really good idea to document this as part of our decision, and just wanted to thank Mr. Weddleton for drafting it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on proposed amendment number 3.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Next, we have proposed amendment number 4. Ms. LaFrance, is it your intent to bring forward V2?
Yes.
Okay, so this is proposed amendment number 4, version 2 by Assemblymember LaFrance. Is there a motion?
Move amendment number 4.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance? By itself.
Thanks. I'm just pulling it. Okay. So, and everyone has the second one that came out. This just acknowledges that the administration has agreed to follow Title VII with respect to competitive procurement, public process, and that the approval of the contracts for the operation and renovation of the properties would come back before the Assembly as has been discussed. And it doesn't mention it here, but we've discussed how likely we would set it for public hearing.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote on proposed amendment number 4, version 2.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Are there any further amendments? Okay, not seeing any. Mr. Weddleton, I'll recognize you for your motion.
Thank you. I'd move to bifurcate AO 2020-66S so that Section 1B is taken out and carried on its own.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Salatel. Oh, excuse me, by Ms. LaFrance. Apologies. Mr. Weddleton, can you explain your motion, please?
That's the building with my greatest concern. It would help me vote yes on some of it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again, Mr. Weddleton?
That is the building of my greatest concern, and if we split them out, I can vote yes on some of it.
Thank you. Any further? Sure, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. Is there a document we're looking at for this amendment? No. Can you state it again then, please?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
I move to bifurcate AO 2020-66S as amended to separate out Section 1B, which is the old Alaska Club.
And just make it extremely explicit. So we would have two different motions. We would have the motion to approve for Section 1A, C, and D. Then the second motion to approve for Section 1B. So in effect, it would split this ordinance into two parts. Ms. Zalto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what Mr. Weddleton's trying to do. Apparently, he has some reservations about the Alaska Club property. I would have preferred to see either amendments to address the concerns or to hear more about the concerns versus taking out what is, I believe, a key piece in the whole of what we're trying to accomplish here by creating a continuum of care to address homelessness in Anchorage. And frankly, I don't see how there's any particular advantage in taking up the other items separately versus if there's concerns about the item, just trying to remove it as a whole. This just seems like an end run around that.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Let me see if I can communicate what I think Mr. Weddleton is attempting to do here. What I think he's attempting to do here is to put two items before us and then being able to vote on one of the items yes that has three, possibly I can't speak for what his votes will be, but that's the theory. And then the second item comes up, he won't be able to vote yes on that item. And so if I'm understanding your purpose correctly, is that you probably could actually support some of these if they were in a tool that didn't include the parts you didn't support. And if that's a fair representation, then I don't know that it hurts anything, it just slows us down. But that's what I think I understand what Mr. Weddleton is attempting to do here. Am I right?
Mr. Weddleton's next in the queue. Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, that sums it up fairly well. And I could speak on the old Alaska Club, but should we bifurcate, I would speak to it separately.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion before us, which is a motion to bifurcate.
No, you are right. It wouldn't ever do that. Okay.
Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
That motion is approved 8-3. So we're going to go ahead and take up section 1A, C, and D first. We will take up the discussion and then that motion, and then we will take up the discussion and vote on section 1B. So, with that, is there any discussion on the first motion we have before us?
State the motion.
Sir, sure. So the motion that we have before us is a motion to approve of section 1A, C, and D. Then after this, we'll take up the motion to approve of section 1B. And so the clerk advises me that this is a new motion, so we will need a mover and a seconder.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Constant and Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Someone has to kick it off here, so I will go for it. I want to speak particularly to the Golden Lion. As we all know, that has caused a lot of community concerns, concerns that I think Mr. Rivera and I have listened to diligently, tried to address via email, and the amendments we've put forward. Simply not wanting the facility because it would be located in that location without specific objections is a non-starter for me, frankly. Claims about property values, again, there's nothing to it. What I get is fear, and I understand that, but anyone familiar with or listening to what a treatment facility is contemplated to be should be able to evaluate that those fears are, can be mitigated, I guess is what I would say. And we've recently received quite a few emails around Dan Sullivan's proposal in the ADN. But there's some considerable issues with that proposal that we've heard from the administration, but we've just not highlighted them, I guess, separately. One is access out to the Old Cliff Row site is always in question. We don't have full rights to use that road. There's substantial need for either renovation and construction, likely, that would far exceed what's being proposed to be spent here. And any suggestions that we could renovate the other property from the Salvation Army might be possible, and I know the administration is working with those folks, but that's not a simple renovation job. There's years of concerns with that building that make it more than just earthquake damage. So while I appreciate the concerns, I think they've been mitigated. I think the RFP, when it goes out, we will be watching it diligently. We will be ensuring that the operation both meets the need, as has been identified, that it's going to be able to be sustainable, and that we really create an asset for the community, not a liability. So while I appreciate the concern and the feedback, I'm a yes on these properties, and in particular the Golden Lion. It is a missing link in our continuum of care in this community that we will just keep retreading a lot of issues unless we bring it online. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. This experience with the amazing public comment and interest this has stirred, it gives me deja vu. 10 years ago, I was on the Planning Commission sitting right up here, and Carlick Manor's conditional use was passed, and heard the same thing. It was amazing. People will die. They'll go out in traffic. You will enable it. You will ruin this neighborhood. It was just the same words, same passion was there. And here we are 10 years later, Carlick Manor is working, and I'm not aware of anyone dying. It brought the worst case people off the streets of that neighborhood and put them in these buildings, and a lot of them are end stage alcoholics and they die there, but others have quit drinking and moved on. It's been amazing. And even interesting, there was a liquor store right across the street, which people pointed out, how could you possibly do this with a liquor store across the street? And it worked, and the liquor store's gone now, but it was there for a while. And so, I do think as Ms. Alatal said, we heard a lot of fear, and there's good reason for that fear because, they're not thinking the rescue mission, which is a pretty well-run shelter there, it's going to cause a lot of trouble. In fact, they did a conditional use that we heard about, and they sent 500 notices to all the neighbors around them. They got one back. Imagine that. Imagine if they did 500 notices around Brother Francis. You get thousands back, So shelters, they can be run well. And then I visited a number of the recovery centers around Anchorage just to go see because I didn't know. And they are very quiet places. There's just not stuff going on there. So I think there was a lot of fear, but Golden Lion is the perfect building. I don't know, but is it awful? I don't think so. So anyway, so that seems fine. The one in Spinard is similar, and I have a business in Spinard. I'm up and down. They're not quite that far down often, but you got Clare House down there. You have there's a recovery center right in the middle of the neighborhood in there. It seemed like a very quiet place to me, and so the one at Spinard seems fine. And Beans Cafe does what we need to do. And as I've traveled around the country and seen what other places with shelters do, you have to have services right there, or you are just warehousing people. And having the building for Beans Cafe lets us have services there and actually get people up and out of their tragic lives. So I do support this, and I think while there are fears, we can do it right. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaPrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to acknowledge all the members of the public who participated in the process thus far with testimony, with emails, with the calls. Definitely a wide range of views were expressed. I did want to address one thing, and that's it showed that when we talk about homelessness and substance misuse and addiction, that racist stereotypes are frequently used, and blaming people for their struggles with addiction as well. So I think when we talk about people as drunks and addicts, we are dehumanizing our neighbors. And some people questioned, why did some of us use the term substance misuse instead of abuse? Well, there is shame and stigma and even legal consequences for people who disclose substance misuse disorders. And when we mock people who struggle with addiction disorders, we make their recovery even harder. And that's one thing that I felt very moved by with all the hours of testimony. There, but for the grace of God go I, and to not be supportive in whatever form of someone else's recovery doesn't help them at all. And so thanks for that, Mr. Chair. I'll just move into my comments on this. And for me, the three questions of, one, is this purchase legal? Is it warranted? And is this whole approach financially feasible? And I know that there is still the meeting tomorrow. However, from our previous discussion, I feel comfortable, legally speaking, that we are okay with taking this next step with this AO in front of us. And this is a legally permissible way to use this money. And per the amendments that we approved concerning whether or not it was warranted under COVID-19, I mean, that is a question that has come up where people have said, why aren't you using this money towards economic recovery efforts? How is this related to the pandemic? And the previous presentation and discussion of the need to provide physical distance and how the city is responsible for sheltering a number of folks, and winter is coming. So if we don't do it this way, we are going to have to come up with another way to fund that. And finally, the financial feasibility part is the one that gives me the most trouble. And I've gone back and forth. I actually was a pretty strong no vote on this coming into it, and I've wavered. And I'm inclined to support it because, as it's been pointed out, this is a step forward in a process that is going to take
an average of 45 to 120 days to do the due diligence. I'm not totally comfortable with expanding programs within the municipality to provide these range of services. And that's something that unfortunately we can't answer now. We don't have the details. And as frustrating as it is, apparently we need to move through this process of procuring properties before we can actually find out those details. And I understand, when it comes to renting out properties, and the city has, as it's been presented, has tried to do this. There's apparently no market for that. And so we're in this position where the nonprofits need the city to take the step. Otherwise, they can't provide these services. So I would have much preferred if my amendment had passed, because I think it would have been important. It's important to acknowledge to the residents of Anchorage that the intent is not to use property taxes, and to work in all ways to ensure that the muni that the fiduciary responsibility for running these programs isn't on the municipality. So I foresee that this is the very beginning of the process, and I don't know at the end of the day if I'm going to end up supporting this approach, because my preference is to lease the property to nonprofits like we do now at Catholic Social Services, contribute a portion. I am very uneasy about the idea of the municipality taking on this big role. So that said, Eileen, in support of this, it's a level of commitment that still feels open-ended. However, I understand we need to take this next step in order to get the information that we need to determine if this is something we ought to do. So I am a cautious yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to start by thanking all of the people that came down and spent their days here and testified in person and called us and emailed us. We received, as you know, thousands of comments from people in the public. I have had so many conversations with people I have lost count. But I want to thank people because it makes me so proud of the city that people stepped up and people got involved. Whether they agree with me or not, I'm really, really proud of all the people that came forward, and I thank you for your time and your energy you put into your comments, whether they were written or on the phone or in person. I think it's important that we share a little bit about our rationale for the decision we're about to make and a little bit about our process. And I heard this quite a bit in the testimony. My process when I'm making a decision is always to go to as many meetings as I can and learn as much as I can, to do research and look at the data behind it, to look at examples from other cities and other places to make sure that if there are people that are doing this right or people that are doing this wrong, that we can learn from that. But mostly, I want to listen. I want to listen to the public, and we did that. We did a lot of listening. And one of the things that I can tell you for sure is that you have been heard. We heard all of you. Whether we agree with you or not, it's important to know that you were heard. And that I walked into this process, as I think many of my colleagues did, without a decision made, and waited to make sure that I got all of the information before I made any kind of decision. So that's really important that you understand my process. It's important you know that I truly believe this is not illegal. This is very much within the law and within the intent of how these funds are intended to be used. That we've looked at alternatives, and that this, at this point, looks like the right best step. That there were no backroom or sneaky deals going on, that this was done transparently, and this was done honestly by people that really care about the city and about making the right decisions. And that we do have a plan to address homelessness. It's called the Anchored Home Plan. And that plan has been developed by hundreds, possibly thousands of people and organizations, from businesses to nonprofits to health organizations. And it's not perfect, but it is a plan that lays out really good roadmap for how we're going to address the really challenging problem that we have. And these decisions that we're making today are in line with that plan. The process, we heard a lot about the process. It could have been better. It could have been a lot better. That's probably the part that frustrates me the most. But what I can tell you is that we've created a lot of opportunity for people to share what they think. But we've also learned a lot, and I think moving forward, I would encourage us to do things very differently in terms of how we communicate these plans early and often and more completely in advance. The other thing I want to make sure that I said is that I've heard this before from some of my colleagues. This is just a first step. This is a real estate acquisition. And we don't know whether we're actually going to move forward with them or not. We need to get more information. But there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the public and for this assembly to engage in discussion about what this looks like moving forward. How they're going to be run, who's going to run them, how we ensure that the surrounding communities have as minimal impact as possible. I've had the opportunity, as many of my colleagues, to visit places across the country and here in Anchorage that do this very thing and do it well. And so it can be done well. It can be done safely, where the neighbors are respected and actually they're a good neighbor for you. So those are some of the rationale that I have. I wanted to also echo some of the comments of member LaFrance. You know, the saddest part about this is having people stand in front of me or call me or email me and using dehumanizing and blatantly racist comments. And that really just, it makes me so sad to know that people in our community think that way and feel that way, but most importantly that they have the gall to come forward and to say that in front of us. It's really disappointing, and it made the business process harder for me than I wished it was. But it's true, and it happened, and it's not an effort to minimize people's comments, because we heard everything that people said. But it's also important that we pointed out that it was real and it happened and that we need to call it out. In my closing, I want to just say that the thing I heard most and the thing that really was concerning most people that spoke up and shared their comments online or over the phone or in person was crime. People are scared. People are seeing their city change. And I'm seeing the same thing. And I think all of us want to make sure that we're addressing that, and addressing it in a complete way. And I truly believe that most of the comments that were shared, most of the concern that was shared, is actually going to be in some way addressed by this plan. That this plan is going to increase our ability to address crime because it's going to reduce the amount of energy that our police and fire department are putting into some of the issues that we're addressing here. And it's going to allow us to do it in a more humane way and really meet people where they're at and have the services that people need. So what's interesting about it is that so much of the concern that I heard from people about this plan, in my opinion, is actually going to be addressed by this plan. So that's my rationale. As I said, I walked into this with a very open mind, and I listened, and I've come to the conclusion that I do believe this is the right next step. And there's a lot more steps to come. I'm not sure how we'll vote on those, but today I'm willing to take this one step forward. So again, just want to close by saying thank you to everyone that participated. Thank you for your passion and your energy, and I'm a yes vote on this and the following one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I continue, the clerk advises me that we've exceeded our hour for debate, so I'd like to extend a motion to extend by 30 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to extending debate on this item for 30 minutes?
A technical question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
When a motion is bifurcated and you have two motions, does that do anything to the extent of the debate?
So my understanding is that when we get to that second motion, that is a new trigger, so that'll be an additional hour. Hopefully we don't use it, though. Okay, so seeing no opposition then, that motion is approved, so we've extended debate by 30 minutes. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not sure exactly where I want to start. I'm pretty sure that by now everybody's probably chosen their corner, and they've moved into that corner, and that's where they're going to stay. But I certainly understand that there are a lot of members who have probably been supporting this all along, but I want to reiterate, just from the fact that we had so much testimony, and for me, I was obviously out of town when a lot of that was going on, and having to stay up till 2 and 2:30 in the morning to listen to some of it, but I did. And obviously there was an awful lot of passion and concern. There was even some good questions and suggestions, and so it was all informative. And I too appreciate the amazing way that the public came out and really spoke to this particular issue. I will say too that I cringed often when I heard or read something that was mean-spirited or hateful or just plain old ignorant, and certainly when things were threatening, those kinds of accusations and characterizations are really disturbing to hear. But at the same time, I guess people have a right to say what they want to say. But anyway, I think it was really all good conversation, and I know I learned a lot. Which typically happens with these kinds of controversial issues anyway. But I just kind of wanted to reiterate some of the comments that the opposition to this particular ordinance said. And I'll just try to kind of go through them quickly. But first of all, it was the idea that it was inadequate. There's not enough of a space and not enough in these facilities to actually get all the homeless off the street. So we're spending an awful lot of money for what doesn't truly fix the problem, which will definitely lead to a lot of disappointment and, to a certain extent, further distrust of what government's trying to do. It may be inappropriate. I had talked to several nonprofits who regularly provide some of these services, and at least 2 of them said that they really don't believe these facilities will work for the way that they provide the services that they provide. So there was some real hesitation there that this was even the right kinds of facilities. I think to a certain extent, it's unsustainable. We had several nonprofits that weren't sure how they would actually generate enough money to make this work, and they were admitting that they needed at least 3 years of full funding. For the most part, it was really unsupported. I mean, there were just way too many neighborhoods and businesses that opposed it. And I think what upset me the most about this was recognizing that, to one extent, we want to help this one group that really does need some support, but sacrificing another group in order to do that isn't necessarily the right thing to do. So that's really frustrating. I think one of the things that we didn't really talk about was the fact that this could really potentially be irrelevant. I mean, no one knows what the new normal is after COVID. We haven't really had a chance to figure out how we're going to adapt and adjust to a new economy. So we could be actually working on a program or project that we may be thinking inside a box that doesn't exist anymore. So we really haven't had a chance to really look at, is this really future thinking? I think part of it is the problem with it really kind of being unenforceable. And I say that because there are certain policies that we're going to have in place that involve policing, that involve the court system, and expecting them to be able to do their part in order to make sure that people aren't really encouraged even to fall through the same old cracks. So I don't see anything lined up to really help keep that from happening. One of the things I heard was just the idea that this could be kind of unfair or unethical. The public's got this expectation that there's this solution and all this money's going to go into funding it and it's going to end homelessness, and everyone should know that, it won't by any stretch of the imagination fulfill that particular bill, and there will be widespread disappointment and probably, even further degree of distrust for government. So I think it's kind of an unready plan. We're still waiting on dealing with the conditional usage permitting language and having the shelter policies and the license documents in place. So that a lot of that is not ready yet. We have new propositions that are coming forward even now. Just in the last few days, there have been other options that have been presented. So I think the last thing was probably still that question about whether or not the CARES Act funding is actually a proper use of all of this. I mean, the language that I see says that it's for expenses of establishing temporary public facilities, and really there's nothing that says permanent, especially when you're making permanent decisions for a temporary health crisis. So I still have reservations about that. I think they're just, all in all, there are too many loose ends, and there's too many stones left unturned. I think probably I guess my last comment, though, this ordinance is about purchasing these properties. There's nothing in it. There is no language that says anything about studying the feasibility of these facilities and and looking at how much it might cost to renovate them. There's really, if you look at the language in the ordinance, there's nothing in there that addresses that. It's all about purchasing or leasing with the intent to purchase. All of it. It comes down to, we're basically saying, okay, you have $22.5 million, and yes, absolutely, tomorrow they could go out and purchase these because we were giving them the authority with this particular ordinance. I think if we had some kind of a resolution beforehand to say, hey, we want to have this feasibility study, to go out and really look at these things and figure out how potential programs would fit, what it might cost to renovate or retrofit, that would have been a whole lot easier to accept at this point rather than just saying we're going to authorize the purchase of these 4 properties. So I really want to make sure that everybody isn't misled by what this ordinance is doing. It is actually giving permission to buy the 4 properties. And with that, I'm not ready to commit $22.5 million to something that really does have all, like I said, all these loose ends and things that haven't really been decided yet and things that maybe haven't been looked at fully. So I doubt that there's any surprise, but I will be a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Atwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just going to start off with that I don't believe we're using the funds properly, and I'm sure you all already know how I feel about that in regards to the CARES Act funding. The other thing I want to say is that I wanted to give a thank you to Midtown. They aren't my district, but they have become my adopted district, and I have not only heard what they've said, I am listening to what they are saying. And then the other thing I would like to also mention is that I am completely unaware of any homeless individual that is currently positive or is in the hospital due to COVID-19. And in stating that, I believe that there is not a pandemic within the homeless community other than the fact that I've been told since 2018 that this plan to purchase the buildings, maybe not these particular buildings, but to purchase buildings had been in the works. So that being said would lead me to believe that the COVID-19 is not an emergency within the homeless community anymore. And then the other thing I would like to say is that I did hear you say, Mr. Presbyter, that the racist comments, I didn't hear any. I know that some of the comments weren't kind, but I didn't hear any racist comments from anybody testifying during that time, and we could disagree. I didn't hear them. But what I will say is this body and individuals made racist comments, and they too should be held accountable. And sometimes an apology just isn't enough for it to be forgiven. And then I would also like to say that we have a domiciliary, which is at the Veterans Administration, that has worked. It is proven to have worked, and that's why we don't have, but maybe a few at a time, homeless veterans on the streets. It is within our reach, and it just sounds to me that at this point, the best thing that we could come up with is saying that the best, what we can do is keep the homeless and continue to make money off the backs of the homeless. And that is just, it's a letdown. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the mayor and his team. They've been working around the clock since March when this started, and I think always with the public's best interest in mind and very competently. And so I just want to thank you all. The amount of weekends you've spent and late nights putting these proposals together. is impressive, especially given how much flack you get all the time. And I just want to say thank you. And I want to thank the public. I really do appreciate all the participation we got. We received really passionate testimony, as others have said, on both sides, and folks were passionate and engaged, and we appreciated that, and we were listening. Our role in public testimony typically is to just listen, and so I think some folks reached out and said, oh, we wish you were asking a bunch of questions, and our role is to mostly listen, and that's what we did. And there's a lot of engagement. Particularly, I engaged with hundreds and hundreds of people via email. And so I appreciated, there were many thoughtful questions about, the location, renovation costs, the need for the facilities. Could we use Clitheroe? Could we use this? And I appreciated those kinds of comments. But like Mr. Perez-Verdilla, there I go. I was really saddened by some of the racist undertones of the testimony. And specific statements that maligned single parents. That was one of the ones that I just couldn't understand. I remember one woman comparing those experiencing homelessness to animals and mentioning getting her gun out when that's a problem. I couldn't believe that, honestly. I couldn't believe it. Suggesting that the real solution is just to send them back to their villages. These statements minimize the complexity of this issue and the reason that homelessness exists. And, this deepening divide between haves and have-nots due to federal and state policy, we talked about that today in the hiring halls issue. It's the same issue when you get down to it. A lack of mental health care and other safety nets, the high cost of living in Anchorage, and systemic racism. And yes, systemic racism. And we saw it in the testimony, and we see it on the streets. And it's really hard. And, we're all human, whether we're housed or not. And the testimony that spoke of those experiencing homelessness is something that, other than human, deeply shook me. And I was so sad to see my community speaking like that. I do want to apologize. I think to some who spoke, this proposal seemed out of nowhere. In fact, it aligns with discussions around homelessness that have been ongoing in Anchorage for years. In the Muni, with our philanthropic partners, with the Coalition to End Homelessness, other partners, and I think that the communication with the community around homelessness, and I've repeatedly said this since I got elected, these guys are probably sick of hearing me say this, has been poor. And I am sincerely frustrated and sorry about that. That said, I think that communication has improved, and I've seen the mayor's team, up their engagement with the public and really show up, have responses back to every question we had, to questions the public had, put an FAQ out there, create a website, give public presentations, show up at community council Zoom events. They showed up, and they answered all of your questions, and they certainly answered all of mine, and I appreciate that. We need to move swiftly to tackle the challenges related to COVID, and we're going to do the same thing, I hope, tonight with the CARES Act funding. Winter is coming sooner than we'd like it to, and despite, sometimes poor communication over the past couple years, we need to do what makes the most sense for our community. That means passing packages like we did last month, set aside funding for rental assistance, childcare, small businesses, nonprofits, and that means getting more money on the streets and into the hands of Alaskans. And to me, it also means housing the homeless in a safe, CDC-recommended manner during all months of the year. Buying these properties will mean better conditions for those experiencing homelessness, but also, and when I say better conditions, I actually mean literally the difference between life and death. But it will also mean better conditions for us, for everyone, for those who are housed. It impacts our trails and parks and street corners. Many of the testifiers, as Cameron said, many of the testifiers asked for a safer city where homelessness is less visible. And the irony is, although many of these same people were against this proposal will achieve what they asked for and will also take care of our neighbors in need. Combined with the mental health first response system, which some of us on the Assembly and also our partners in the administration have been discussing, this could all mean a radical shift in how our streets look and how safe all residents feel, whether housed or not. I strongly support this proposal and will be voting yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So during the course of my 3.5 years on the Assembly, I'm not sure that I run into an issue that has brought out so many differing viewpoints and initiated so much grassroots organizing. Over and over during public testimony, we heard the refrain that you need to represent the people, that you need to represent your constituents. I take those calls to action to heart, but representing the public is never as black and white as many suggest. Representing the public is never a choice of or, it is always a choice of and. I must, in my duties as an Assembly member, represent both the housed and the houseless. I must represent the fears and concerns of the housed who are facing unknowns and who have genuine concerns about their neighborhoods. I must represent the housed who invite these buildings into their neighborhoods and see these acts as being good and compassionate neighbors. Neither of these viewpoints exists in a vacuum, and neither of these viewpoints contradicts one another. I must also make space to represent the houseless in our community, those who face substance misuse and mental health issues. Throughout the testimony, we heard from individuals who have, in my opinion, lost their perspective. We heard from individuals who, whether they meant to or not, parroted some of the same racist talking points we've heard time and again to describe some of our houseless community members. And I would suggest that if you didn't hear racism during this testimony, then you weren't listening. I, for one, know we can do better as a community. We must demand better from our community. And I hope those listening will think long and hard before dismissing my comments as more of that leftist propaganda. I hope you will be introspective and honest with yourself. There's a lot of work to do to reconcile the testimony we heard over the course of those 5 days. We should have been able to come together and work through these viewpoints. But regardless of what should have happened, regardless of what the public process should have looked like, we have a duty to act. We have a moral obligation to do the best we can now. We can't wait. We must act now. We can't wait until tomorrow for some imaginary perfect plan that will never exist. We must act now. So I invite our community, the houseless and the housed, to come together, to listen to each other, to truly listen, and to work together to build a better Anchorage for all our community. Our most immediate opportunity to engage in this work in a truly collaborative way will be through the RFP process for these buildings if this purchase is approved by the body tonight. So I'll be voting yes and look forward to the work ahead. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So I'm going to take this a little bit differently. It's going to get personal. And I want to start using the model that my friends in the Alaska Native community have done and showing me a better way. Shalom Alaikum. Ik is Christopher Constant. Mijn mama had geheißen Merlette Laugen. Sie ist geboren in Haber, Montana. Ihre Mama, mein Baba, hat geheißen Edith Mitrami. Sie ist geboren in Los Angeles, California. Ihre Mama, mein älterer Baba, hat geheißen Rose Zettler und ist geboren in Dorohoi, Romania. Ihre Mama, mein älterer Baba, hat geheißen Jette Settler. Peace be upon you. My name is Christopher Constant. My mother is Marletta Logan. She was born in Haber, Montana. Her mother, my grandmother, is Edith Mitrani. She was born in Los Angeles. Her mother, my great-grandmother, Rose Zettler, was born in Dorohoi, Romania. And her mother, My great-grandmother was named Jetta Zeckler. This is a story of two plagues, the plague of COVID and the plague of indifference. My grandfather's loving name for my Granny Edith was to call her by her grandmother's name, Jetta, although sometimes he called her Yenta. One of those times was when I was 15 years old, standing in her kitchen. My granny was the first person in my life to ask me if I was gay. I took a risk and answered her honestly, yes. She proceeded to tell me that she will always love me. She affirmed me, and that was 1986. I have here a token in my hand, a legacy that she gave me. It's the yarmulke that my grandfather wore the day he married my grandmother on September the 12th, 1945, 10 days after the end of World War II in Los Angeles. She gave it to me in about 1992 after my grandfather passed away, hoping someday I would wear it when I married the man of my dreams. She knew I was gay. Granny, I'm still single. Do you remember what it was like in America in 1986? Let me tell you a story. My people experienced AIDS and HIV. And what was the community like at that time across this country? They said tattoo them and send them to islands, get them away from us, put them to death, make them other. Now you're all wondering, why the hell is he telling this personal story? It's to characterize why I am so sensitive to the injustices in our community. Injustice in general and injustice in specific. And that's my life's work. Some may call me racist. In my tradition, we would wear a yarmulke when it was time to invoke the sacred. Some wear it all the time, but in my family, it was when it's time to invoke the sacred. The public hearing for this item was quite eye-opening. Some people I strongly agreed with. Some people I agreed with somewhat. We might have had the same ends in mind, but I didn't agree with their reasoning. Some people I disagreed with, but I understood why they held the views that they did. And some people I completely repudiate that which you stand for. Especially those who would argue that we should lock people up, that we should force them to a small place and fence them in and not let them out. Send them to a prison in Palmer, college, but an unwilling college where they're forced to stay for a couple of semesters. I actually have video of someone who was in this room who I witnessed pitching over tents and telling people to go back to their villages, that they shouldn't have children, that they were disgusting, we don't want you here. I see all of this and I ask, what happened to love thy neighbor? We can't give in to this. This is not the just thing to do, giving in. It's not the equitable thing to do, giving in. It's not the right thing to do, to give in. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about a property purchase. This property purchase, if it's consummated, is not just a purchase of buildings or the creation of new housing and services. It is, in fact, the wholesale transformation of our system. What is the system that we have, or had, at least before COVID came to us, this plague of COVID? We had a system finely tuned over the last 60 years that drove every sick and vulnerable and unwanted person to a 1,000-foot square in the north of this town at 3rd and Carlock. We set up every system to bust them there and get them far enough away from us that we didn't have to pay attention and they could literally die in the street and we wouldn't be bothered. I shared with the members of the body an article that I wrote for the Anchorage Press 10 years ago this month called Another Death at King Park. So when Elise Okacock drank herself to death the night before she entered treatment in a downtown park, And those incidents have just become so commonplace you don't even hear it reported by your local media. Because it's just the system that we have. The problem is that system is deeply immoral and broken. Out of sight, out of mind is fine, except for when it's you or your loved one dying in the street. COVID came along, and the CDC told us, what you're doing is wrong, and you can't do it this way anymore. And thank God for this mayor, and thank God for this community that's been working hard to come up with a system for the last 6 years that will transform the way we address our treatment of human beings in this city who are sick and who are dying. This decision is going to cost some of us greatly. Some of you may pay with your office. We all know this. And for those of you who saw that and took this step anyways, I express my gratitude to you from the depths of my soul, because you are what is going to transform the sickness at the heart of this city and help us move towards wellness. So I'm grateful to you who have taken that risk. There was a rabbi that spoke before us, and he said, it's not a righteous act if you hurt someone while you're helping someone else. But in this process, I would say, what we are doing is not hurting any neighborhoods. We heard ample testimony for hours that all of the ills already exist in the streets of these neighborhoods. What we intend to do here is provide sanity, a place for people to be, a place for people to get well. Pastor Irwin spoke before us. He had a lot of things to say, but I think the gist of his message was this: don't miss this moment. Act now. My people believe that when someone is hungry, you must feed them. They don't say, you can eat, but not here. My people believe that when someone is cold, you must clothe them. They do not say, be warmed, but not here. My people believe that if you are sick, we must try to help you heal. They do not say, but not here. My people believe that when someone is houseless, you must provide them a place to sleep. They do not say, but not here. My people also believe that we should all share in the blessings and all share in the burdens of community. The system we are undoing puts vulnerable people into tight quarters, immorally tight. People are dying on our streets. This new system we are proposing changes all of that. You have a choice tonight. The choice is to vote no and to leave the sick and those with nowhere to go on the streets back to congregate shelters where they feel threatened and really where they are threatened. Or tonight, with your affirmative vote, you can literally open the door to shelter and homes. Homes. Death comes quietly in the streets of Anchorage. Most of the time, few are around to hear it, but it comes nonetheless, slowly, quietly, imperceptibly, but inexorably. If you're willing to pay attention closely enough, it's plain to see. I would close with a prayer to my granny that tonight we have the wisdom to proceed with this plan, and that the mayor proceeds with all due haste in establishing these facilities, that the community comes along with us, and that we live up to our responsibility to these neighborhoods, to the people who are suffering, and to ourselves. Elie Wiesel, the great philosopher, said the opposite of love is not hate. Its opposite is indifference. We have a choice tonight, a choice between life and death. That's the vote that will be recorded tonight. Yes for life and no for death. L'chaim.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item is approved 9-2. Next, we have the motion. We have before us Section 1B, and we do not have a motion. So, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Ms. Zalato got that one.
Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, and I thank people for supporting bifurcating these. You know, and thank you, Mr. Constant. That was jarring, refreshing, very wonderful. Thanks, and very important. You know, I think you have all heard me say I have seen traveling a lot last summer and the summer before, homeless shelters around the country, just family trips. I would go looking to see where do they keep their homeless, what do they do, and of course there's some horrible places. I went to San Francisco, I was in LA, but even there's some successes, and I've seen some amazing homeless shelters, and it's you can't even really call them shelters, they're campuses. You know, I saw in Omaha two, one was Lowberry, one was Highberry, and they had all the services there. And, you know, they had people just coming in just overnight. They're sleeping on pads on the floor. But you also had, you know, more long-term shelter. They had job training. They had, you know, daytime food, daytime activities, places to shower and get clean. Everything was there that they needed to get a basis, a place to stay, and get their life back together and move up and out. And they worked. It was amazing. And these places were not a blight to the neighborhoods. I run by them in the morning and did not know what they were. I went to Pine Street Inn in Boston, and that is a big building with over 500 people in it. It's been there for well over 10 years, and you cannot tell that as a shelter. And the area around it is, in fact, gentrifying. It's a neighborhood with $1 million condos were going up. So shelters aren't, and I found somewhat rarely, actually, what we see down on 3rd Avenue. That is an aberration. They can be done extremely well where they don't damage the neighborhood. And I know it can be done. Can we do it? That's a question. And we see it. I said in earlier remarks, mentioned the rescue mission. I mean, that's amazing to me. I mean, it has not been a big blight. We have Truly Awake and Covenant House and others that aren't blights to the neighborhood, and those are for homeless, you know. So it can be done well. It's the Alaska Club to place, and I just can't quite get there. And I think in one regard, I think it's too small for our needs. And you know, I think it's like supposed to be about 100 people, which is not crazy small, but you can go much bigger. And if we're going to do this painfully, we should do something that will work, you know, for the needs that we have and expect. I'm somewhat nervous about the location, walking around and just seeing the neighborhood's proximity and the things that go on there. And we heard a lot about that. But I think my biggest hang up on this is maybe just technical. It is technical. It's not going to function unless it is overnight shelter with day shelter. And we acknowledge that in the amendments that we did here. But right now in that zoning, B3, that's not allowed. We haven't changed that yet, and there's no certainty that we will, and certainly no certainty that we will in time for when we need to set this up as a shelter. So that I'm hung up on that. We are going to be buying a building to do something that's not allowed where this is, and I have a hard time getting over that. And in addition, the shelters that I've seen that have been run well had rules and regulations and routines that made them run well and not be a blight to the neighborhood. We don't have those in place yet, and we're working hard on those, but we're just behind, and they're not there yet. And until I see those, I don't know that this shelter will be one of those successful ones. And, you know, I'm part of the working on it, and I'm a confident guy, and I think we'll get there, but we're not there yet. So I just can't get to a yes on the old Alaska Club. Anyway, I'd like to get a no on this. Wait till we get things lined up and keep looking for a better, bigger building. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So most of my colleagues spoke quite eloquently on the last item, and since I thought my comments were more suited to the shelter piece of this, the likely low barrier shelter at the Alaska Club, I decided I would wait till now. Mr. Weddleton said, where do they keep their homeless? And I think that's the wrong place to start. It's the wrong premise. Back in 1972, Geraldo Rivera went undercover and did an expose, and he found where New York kept its undesirable people in Willowbrook. And he exposed circumstances that were horrific. And that expose led to the creation of a national system of protection and advocacy organizations to protect the rights of those who can't always protect themselves. The creation of that system led me to Alaska in 2005, providing compassionate care for those most in need when they need it. A true safety net is our responsibility. It is not the responsibility to hope that a nonprofit will pick up the work. It is the responsibility, I believe, of us. It is our public health and safety responsibility. It does not mean we cannot have partners in that work, but it is the work we need to do to ensure that the most vulnerable among us, those that are unsheltered, have a place to go. This body started that work last November with allocating money to provide year-round shelter, not just when it was cold, but year-round. That work saves lives. That work also helps us have active camp abatement and getting people off the streets that we hear a lot of complaints about. I encourage us to continue with that work with the purchase of this building. I also want to comment on this idea that this plan could become irrelevant or that we're trying to solve homelessness. I think we want to definitely make homelessness, should someone experience it, brief and one time. But a lot of folks aren't that far from possibly falling into homelessness. And I think you'll see as we discuss the item around CARES Act funding that we're trying to make sure that we keep people housed, but also catch them if they fall into homelessness and get them back out as fast as possible. In order to do that, there needs to be quality care and quality services with a mended safety net. We can't mend the entire safety net. We can't make up for the failures of having adequate mental health services available to us now. We can try to play our part and do what we can, and this is something we can do. Finally, I want to address the comments we've received around this issue. The racism, the ableism, the otherism, it's heartbreaking. I don't live somewhere that's immune from encountering those who are houseless on the street every day. And to see, quite frankly, my neighbors talked about and vilified in a way, it really breaks my heart. I think my colleagues have been very eloquent on the matter. Quite frankly, this and the previous vote may be the hill I'm going to die on as a individual at a community council asked. But you know what? This is my life's work. This work is important to me. And if I don't stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves and ensure that those who are on the hardest times have what they need to survive, then I'm not doing my job. Whether it's here as an assembly member, as a resident of this community, as a parent, or even as a lawyer, this is my life's work and it's very important to me. So I urge a yes vote. This is a key piece in our continuum of care. Without it, we are missing basically the essential ingredient and the recipe will fall flat. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks, just briefly, and I think Ms. Alto called me out on some crass phrasing. Where do they keep their homeless people? And I kind of use that as a contrast to what I found, which were places that were very uplifting to people and got them up and out of homelessness. And so it was crass phrasing. I apologize for that, but what I found is possible is very different. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Zelatel, for the points you raised and for the work you're doing. Ever since I came on this body, we have received ongoing emails, as everyone knows, from folks saying, what are you going to do to solve this problem? And I very much appreciate that you have stepped out in front and focused on trying to come up with solutions. However, I am compelled by the points that Mr. Weddleton raises about the location and the zoning issue. And I have a question for Mr. Bockenstead. If you would talk a bit about the issue of zoning and how that process will fit with this timeline that we're on with the property purchase and the RFP for services as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, Assemblymember LaFrance, I might actually ask Mr. Schutte, who actually does deal with zoning issues a lot more than I do, to maybe talk about it. But while he comes up and maybe gets to the gist of what the question is, I will say that, as Mr. Weddleton said, I think there is an effort underway by both the administration and I'd say almost every member of the Assembly to work on this and figure out how do we allow for these types of facilities to be in more than just PLI areas. And that process is going to take a little time, but I think the proposals that Mr. Schutte and Ms. McNulty, the planning director, have put forward, I think, are setting us on a path to hopefully, again, have a clear timeline based on where we are with the due diligence and the RFP process, that hopefully those line up pretty close together. So when we are finally ready to move into this facility in the future, if the votes are there, that we will have a process in place both to provide the protections to not only the facility and the individuals that are staying there and setting kind of the rules around that, but also making it very clear what is going to be expected in and around the neighborhood. So with that, I will let Mr. Schutte maybe provide a few additional comments.
Thank you for essentially restating the question that I missed while I was outside. So if the question was about the timing on the B3 zoning ordinance work, through the chair, Assemblymember LaFrance, a lot of both of your colleagues, Assemblymember Zalatal and Weddleton, are part of that effort. It's been bifurcated into two key buckets of work, if you will. The first one is, I think, the easier one, which is related to the zoning. What changes are required in Title 21 in order to allow overnight transit homeless shelters in additional places? And if we're going to do that, what sorts of land use-based requirements would be put in place? And then the second, and I frankly think harder conversation, is around the idea of what a licensure process would look like. Timeline-wise, I think we are on track for both of those to be completed heading into this fall. As you are aware, the Title 21 change text amendment process, as we call it, does have probably a 5-month timeline because of the built-in public notice requirements, the Planning and Zoning Commission requirements, the public meeting requirements, etc., which I think buys a little bit of time for the licensure part, which is the heavier lift, to catch up and have the two rounded out about the same time. And if I missed anything in your question that I did not hear, please let me know.
Thank you. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Is it unusual to purchase a property first and then change the zoning of that property?
Yeah, through the chair. It's not unusual. It actually does happen more often than you would think. Obviously, it creates a degree of uncertainty and risk as far as a real estate transaction is concerned, but it's not unheard of.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I was just going to, Mr. Schutte's obviously more of the expert than I am, but I was just going to add on to his response to Ms. LaFrance that any of the developers or landowners we see who come here and ask for a rezone, it's essentially the same thing. So it's actually quite common.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item is approved 8-3. We're going to go ahead and take up 11C. Then we're going to take a short break before we get to 14A. Just a quick note on 11C. This item is incorporated into 14A, so we will not be making a motion on this item and just letting it die for lack of a motion. So next we have before us item 11C, AR number 2020-241, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly authorizing the funding of public health and mental health resources in the Anchorage School District allocated from the Federal CARES Act funds.
Wait, reading.
Thanks. Okay, hearing no motion, then that dies for lack of a motion. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we start item 14A. Start heading to their seats. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm gonna, before I get to you, Ms. LaFrance, I'm just gonna lay out the plan for the rest of the meeting. So as I've stated to the members, the only other item which is a must-do type of item is 14C. So once we are ready to get going again, we are going to take up, I'm going to have the Vice Chair make a motion to take up item 14C before 14A. We'll get through that one hopefully quickly. Then we'll move to item 14A. I'll leave it up to the body whether they want to extend the meeting to midnight to try to get through as much of the public testimony as possible. We have 20 individuals on our list to testify on item 14A. If we don't get through the testimony on item 14A, it is my intent to request a special meeting of the Assembly for this Thursday at 5 p.m. to continue the public hearing on item 14A and finish the public hearing on item 14A. At least that's the hope. Then on Friday, we will continue that meeting from Thursday to Friday for us to take action, as at least one of the members will not be available on Thursday. And we'll have that meeting on Friday will happen after the rest of our work sessions. With some time in between for us to travel to the chambers. So that is the plan as I've laid out. With that, Ms. LaFrance, and then I'll go to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A point of information to the municipal attorney is what is going on outside right now, a legal assembly, or is it actually a riot? Through the chair, I'm happy to be inside, so I don't know. At this moment in time with EO 15, there shouldn't be more than 50 people gathering in person. We normally say a drive-in gathering, like for a church service. Perfectly fine. I don't know, but we're hearing some banging on doors, and so I'm not able to observe, but maybe someone who's out there would know, and it doesn't necessarily sound orderly out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if you want to have the discussion now or after we take up 14C, but I guess I'll start by making a motion to extend it until midnight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion to extend to midnight?
Can I
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I guess my question to you also, I hope that we extend till midnight and we get as much of our work done as possible, and that includes taking testimony. And then my preference would be to have the meeting continue till tomorrow night so that we can get to the CARES Act funding, the main package, as soon as possible. I think delaying until Friday sends sort of the wrong message to the public. Now, I'm aware that Ms. Zalatel might have some logistical difficulties, but I believe she has those same difficulties on Thursday. So, my preference would be to continue the meeting and try to get as much done as possible tomorrow night. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I think there are two things about that. So first, as you've stated, Ms. Zalatel may or may not be able to attend tomorrow. I'll let her speak to that. But the second is, in terms of notice, I think the only thing that we can do is to continue the meeting, in which case all of the items that we don't take up tonight are going to be continued to tomorrow. With continuing a meeting, the items that we have approved are not finalized until we finish the continued meeting.
Mr. Chair. Oh, wait, let's finish this motion, then I want to give the cue for that.
Thanks. So those are the only two, I think, details to take into consideration. Is there anything else, Madam Clerk? Okay. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make myself available either night. Just I need enough advance notice to make sure I have self-service. I would note that there is another meeting scheduled for this chamber on Thursday night, but I'm sure you were well aware of it and will work with those folks. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I was just going to say that I guess when the time comes, we're perhaps talking about it a little prematurely, but I guess you made the motion to extend till midnight. If we have 20 people on the list and we get moving, we can get through them by midnight, and then we can schedule our meeting and take action. So I would support that motion if we do it quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Mine will be after the motion is done. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I'll just say I support this motion. We extend till midnight. We get as much work done as possible, and then we continue until tomorrow, because that alleviates any notice concerns. I understand that other things won't be finalized, but I don't think there's going to be many motions to reconsider. So unless the administration is opposed because something absolutely has to be finalized tonight as opposed to tomorrow night, then I think we should continue this meeting as we've already done twice last month. So, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend to midnight.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-1. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm concerned that the previous items aren't completed, so I'm going to move to immediately reconsider and urge a no vote on the previous item so that we can just close that book. On 11B1 and 2. I want to reconsider, knock it out, close the books.
It's the whole package. It's the whole package.
Thanks. I just wanted to get clarity from the clerk on whether that needed to be two different motions to reconsider or just one. The clerk has advised that it's just one motion to reconsider. So there is a motion. Is there a second?
I second that urgent no vote.
Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to it?
Please vote no.
I think some members might want to hear more than that.
Okay, for the purposes of procedure, we heard that if we don't close the meeting tonight, then these items aren't concluded and they could be brought back up. And so, for my purposes, I believe we should just close the book on this question, and we get there by having a reconsideration and urging a no vote. And if the no votes prevail, then the item is done, no matter what happens at the meeting closure tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Presbytia?
Thank you. Just a clarification, are there two items?
And so the chair clarified with the clerk that they will be taken up as one because they were both 11A, just bifurcated to 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. Hold on. Ms. Kennedy?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm getting lost on this one. There's too many different things that we're reconsidering here, so I need somebody to explain it again. Sorry. Thanks.
Sure. So, Mr. Constant, do you want to explain again the motion that we have before us, which is to reconsider item 11B?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kennedy, the purpose of this vote is to reconsider item 11B, which is part 1 and 2, the bifurcated items. And if we take this reconsideration and vote no, then the item is put to bed and isn't subject to change tomorrow or with reconsideration down the road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, I have a question on that then.
Go ahead.
Okay, considering the fact that there is a conversation tomorrow with the audit manager from the CARES Act and the Treasury Department, how does that affect that if we have to reconsider? Thank you.
Oh, so that's, is that a question to the administration, Ms. Kennedy?
I believe it would be, and anybody that can answer the process and what a motion to not reconsider does, considering that there may be a need to reconsider the particular action pending any additional information we get from the CARES Act auditor. Thanks.
Thank you. Does the administration want to answer that question? And
through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, after briefly discussing this with Ms. Vogel, it is both of our opinions that the motion to reconsider does not change any future potential issue that the IG or others might somehow bring up in the future. So.
And
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Please vote no.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
That motion fails 9-2. Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to change the order of the day to take up 14C first and then move to 14A.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion on that motion?
We need to act on 14C tonight.
Thanks. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote to change the order of the day.
Right.
All right, there you go. Ooh. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
That motion is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2020-259, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating area-wide fund balance in the amounts of $75,000 for labor and non-labor and $150,000 as a contribution all to the 2020 operating budget, area-wide general fund, and appropriating said contribution to the area-wide general capital improvements projects fund, all within the Finance Department Treasury Division for startup costs of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax administration.
Waive reading.
Thank you. We don't have anyone signed up to testify on this item. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Kennedy?
sorry I'm not fast enough with texting you to get in the queue. I do have a question on that one, and I'm trying to look it up here real quick. Let's see. I think my question was in regard to whether or not, yeah, here we go. My question is, will the cost be reimbursed from the proceeds of the tax? As I believe the cost for implementing the taxing program were included in the language in the initiative on the ballot. So just trying to get a sense of at what point the cost for implementing the program might be connected to the startup costs. Thanks.
Thanks. Is there someone from the administration who can answer?
Through the chair, this is Alex. To Ms. Kennedy, yes, once the taxes are starting to be collected, they will be able to be used to cover the costs. These costs for 2020 are to get it up and running, and we cannot backfill 2020 expenses with 2021 revenue. So the tax revenue will not cover this request we have before you right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slivka. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-271. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing the priority areas and framework for allocation of the COVID-19 relief funds.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Before we call folks, just a reminder for folks who are listening online. So during public testimony on this item, you may not testify on AO 2020-66. That is an item that we have already dealt with. So with that, we are going to go ahead and go to Mr. Zach Fields.
This is Zach.
Hi, Mr. Fields. This is Felix Rivera. We are on public testimony for item 14A, the priority areas and framework for allocation of the COVID-19 relief funds. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thanks. I just wanted to answer any questions in support of adding back funds for Mrs. LaFrance's amendment for trailhead improvements at Glen Alps and Canyon Road. Just for background, we've worked with a contractor and a nonprofit, Alaska Trails, to execute those projects. They're more traditional civil construction. They're not actually trail construction. But we've done that coordination with the contractor, the nonprofit, and with the state park staff, and definitely support adding that money back in. I also wanted to thank Ms. Kennedy, Mr. Schutte, and other members of the administration and assembly members for other public works items, including the Girdwood and Eagle River Nature Center projects. And happy to answer any questions. And thanks again to all of you all for working long into the night.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Fields. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman. Hi, Mr. Haberman. Thanks for joining us this late. We are on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Metro Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. Pulling out my notes here. Yeah, okay. Page 3 of 5 on one of those sections dealing with 271. Funds going to Visit Anchorage to modify promotional and sales tools used to remarket Anchorage tourism during the recovery. I would strongly recommend 0. Okay? Why I say at this time is this. Marketing Anchorage or any part of the state at this time, the best way we can market Alaska is we're open for business. And we're not open for business. The governor, there is a charge for people to coming in that to be tested if you don't live in Alaska. I saw a news clip about that announcement. And is that really inviting at this time? So we are in a health emergency, a world health emergency. And when we're open for business, we need to show it by simply recovering from this health situation and not applying funds to Visit Anchorage to market us when we can't sell people to come up to Alaska, Anchorage, or anywhere up here until we show that we've recovered, and we have not recovered. So I would strongly encourage you not to use any of the funds to Visit Anchorage at this time. Also, one other footnote here is this. I looked at what papers she did have, and there's something missing here. And I'd like to remind you, unless it's there, it's underneath some areas, dealing with the tracers. I remember the mayor announcing over 4th of July weekend names of businesses and so forth dealing with a situation. And the statement from the administration was that we couldn't handle because of lack of being able to do the tracing. So I think the wise investment this time is to really look at, and I look at also the reports from the administration in your packet, and I don't see any numbers or anything to show what the number of tracers are. And dealing with the CARES Act, we need to, the state, all of us, need to address the issue of number of tracers. And Washington CDC all have indicated that you need so many tracers per population. And do we meet that? And obviously, with the statement in July from the mayor, we're not in good shape on that. And look at the delay. The delay is also caused by supplies, and that's another thing to look at. So, again, where are we? My time's up. My time is showing, and just simply say is, what are you doing on the tracer scenario, and where's the funds for that? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Trish Baker.
This is Trish Baker.
Hi, Ms. Baker. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. My name is Trish Baker. I am the Interim Executive Director for the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization located in Portage at the very southern tip of the municipality. We take in orphaned and injured wildlife and they become education ambassadors for their species. While many people are familiar with our mission to animals, unless you're a teacher or a student, you may be less familiar with the education portion of our mission. We provide science programs for K through 12 students through in-person field trips and, importantly, through virtual field trips. As you can imagine, the demand for virtual science opportunities has been quite high since the fourth quarter of last school year. Students learn about wildlife, biology, ecology, and even about the effects of the '64 earthquake, which we talk about due to our unique setting. We have a microscope lab and an awesome adaptations lab. We are also working with students in the acceleration program of the Alaska Native Science and Engineering program. AWCC provides internships to college students who will be pursuing careers in wildlife science and natural resources. These are important experiences for young people who are about to launch into their life's work. As you can see, science education is an important component of our mission. We earn the vast majority of our revenue during the May through September summer season, when visitors come from all over the world to view Alaska's wildlife species and learn about them. All revenue earned at AWCC is put back into the nonprofit so that we may accept more animals and provide science programs to students. Most of our animals come to us as orphans or with injuries. The Wildlife Center cannot simply shut down and release these animals back into the wild. These animals lack the skills necessary to take care of themselves, which is why they are in our care in the first place. They require care, continuing care and feeding. One notable exception to a release is North America's largest animal and the subject of the most important reintroduction project in U.S. history. We are proud to be participants in the Wood Bison Reintroduction Program, which is an ongoing effort to repopulate Alaska with a species that is thought to be extinct. Thanks to our partnership with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Alaska has made historic progress and is home to both a wild herd and a resident herd at AWCC. The Anchorage Assembly can help us by providing COVID relief funds that we can use to continue operations until we start earning money again. And we sincerely hope that'll be in May of 2021. We gladly invite the entire Assembly to the sanctuary so that you may experience it and get a better understanding of what we do. We're very proud to be considered a cultural pillar. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I have a question from Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The one thing you didn't speak about, which is the one thing I fear the most, is what happens if the center loses funding and can't continue to operate to all of the animals that are there. And while that's not a happy-go-lucky and positive story, I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Thank you. We would, like I said, the animals can't simply be turned out into the wild. Animals that have been in human care, terrestrial animals that have been in human care, associate people with food. Many of them came to us as orphans and can't manage on their own, not having had mothers to teach them how to hunt and how to be wild and how to avoid predators. So if we were at a point where we would have to shut down, the animals would have to be euthanized. There's no one accepting animals now. It's a very expensive thing to transport, and there are sanctuaries all over the country that are experiencing similar problems, so nobody's going to go through the expense of transferring animals all the way from Alaska.
That would be similar to the zoo, right? You would guess?
I would guess.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jim Barnett.
Jim?
Hi, Mr. Barnett. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Well, I'm listening to Trish's testimony. I guess we're a little delayed. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Wildlife Center, and I simply wanted to reiterate Trish's excellent points and encourage all of you to become familiar with the Wildlife Center and how important your allocation of funds to the Wildlife Center is at this time. I particularly wanted to compliment whoever thought of it, this cultural pillars stabilization concept. The Wildlife Center is an extremely important organization to the community, and I wanted to be sure that you're aware of it. I think we all know wildlife viewing is the #1 goal for tourists in Alaska. We understand that the Wildlife Center is South Central Alaska's most popular visitor attraction. Last year we had 300,000 people visit the center, which is obviously very important to industry and to the economy. And we hope that with this assistance that you're going to provide, or that we would ask you to provide, that we're able to continue to provide this resource for local businesses, tour companies, caterers, event planners. We have a great number of year-round and seasonal employees, but we've lost a considerable amount of revenue this year. We're about 20% of normal. So your support is essential for the animals and for the continuation of the center. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Mr. Weddleton?
Former Assemblyman Barnett, how are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, John.
The question really is, there's not enough money to take care of people the way everyone would want to take care of people. So, I mean, how much money are you talking? So, I mean, I think we know your operation and it's amazing, and I think we all learned something here, but really, what would you need just to hang on till May?
Oh, man. Well, I'm probably not the best person to answer that. The total federal funding that we've received so far this year is $400,000. Our annual operations is in the millions. It takes a great deal of money, as you might imagine, to support the grounds and the animals, which is our first priority. I couldn't give you the exact number, but we're in a deep hole right now. And to last another year, it's going to take the kind of support that 1/5 of 3.5 million suggests, which is just my rough math. I think that would help. We're obviously hoping that tourism will continue, and the local community has actually responded pretty well. That's why we're at 20% and not at 5%. But it's a significant challenge, to say the least.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. Take good care.
Next, we have Karen King.
This is Karen.
Hi, Ms. King. Thank you for joining us so late. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My gratitude for you guys. It's a long night. So I'm Karen King, and I enthusiastically support the Iditarod Trail Committee's request for CARES Act funding from the municipality. We can all agree that the Iditarod is iconic Alaska. In fact, it's often referred to as our Super Bowl. I am personally Vice President of the ITC, the Iditarod Trail Committee, and I'm also President and CEO of Spawn Ideas. We're an Anchorage advertising agency. We, in addition to my involvement with the Iditarod, Spawn is the agency of record for the Alaska Tourism Industry Association, the Alaska Railroad, and Major Marine Tours. And we promote Alaska to both tourists and residents. And as an advocate for tourism in Alaska, I painfully recognize the outsized negative impact that COVID has had on our second largest industry, tourism. 32% of jobs have been lost, and more than 86% of Alaska tourism businesses have lost more than half of their revenue year over year. So all of Alaska needs every opportunity we can find to promote Alaska for tourism, and the Iditarod plays an important role in doing just that. First, the Iditarod has enormously positive impact on winter tourism in our state, leading up to and including the race date in March each year. Second, the attention that Iditarod receives in the late winter as people around the globe follow trail and musher updates gets them thinking of Alaska as a summertime destination for travel. And right now, more than ever, with many international borders closed to Americans during COVID, we hope to encourage these travelers to choose Alaska. We are America's Europe right now, and the Iditarod can help promote our wide open spaces to those looking to fulfill a bucket list trip. Anchorage and Alaska are major beneficiaries of the iconic Iditarod's notoriety. With the loss of the bulk of summer travelers visiting our headquarters in the Valley this year, our revenues are significantly down at Iditarod, and so we need CARES funding to help Alaska stay fresh and top of mind to both winter and summer travelers, like I mentioned earlier. Rest assured that the Iditarod has put in place a continuum of safety and care, beginning in Anchorage along the trail and all of the way to Nome. We are committed to bringing the best practices that we learned late last year in the race as the COVID shutdown was first occurring. And we'll bring those back to Anchorage and to the nearly 1,000-mile trail for 2021. Both public health and safety are priority number one for us as we show up Alaska and encourage new and return visits among 2021 prospective travelers. So I ask that you please grant our request for CARES funding. And thank you. It's my pleasure to represent the Iditarod and speak to you today.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're very welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Next, we have Rob Urbach. Hi, is this Mr.
Rob Urbach?
Hi, Mr. Urbach. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, and I guess the Iditarod is not the only thing that goes through the night in Alaska. So, Mayor and officials and members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity. I will try to build upon Ms. King's testimony for support of the Iditarod's request for the CARES Act funding allocation. As my name is Rob Urbach, and by way of background, I have served as CEO of the Iditarod since July of last year. Been fortunate in my career to be part of multiple championships in sports across all the major leagues. But I really can think of no event that's comparable to the Iditarod for its tenacity, passion, and life-changing nature of its journey. An event that's been staged, launched, and celebrated in Anchorage since 1973, where much of our $5 million operational budget is spent, 21 of our corporate partners call home, and where the city economically benefits from $8 million in beds and heads, food service, and retail sales. Moreover, as Ms. King alluded to, roughly 3 times as many people enjoy the Iditarod through digital channels than are actually residents in the state of Alaska, which creates fans not only for the event, but a desire to visit Alaska via Anchorage. Now, a guiding principle of the Iditarod is to commemorate the mushing culture, Alaska Native traditions, and the indomitable Alaskan spirit. At the same time, the Iditarod is at a critical inflection point, and we are operating in race mode, much more like a startup than actually approaching our 50th year anniversary, as we are striving to be the gold standard in endurance event production, execution, innovation. Example, even before the event last year, when there were 0 COVID cases in Alaska, we proactively reached out to public health officials to game plan in the event the virus traveled to Alaska. So we were anticipatory, proactive, and ready in the event someone in our community became infected. We became extremely hygienic and hyper-adaptive, and were able to execute our mushroom meet and greet and 1,500-plus person banquet at the Denina Center on March 5th without any transmission. Likewise, we began to plan for the 2021 event the day we finished in Nome, as we've designed a 3-tier plan that can respond to whatever COVID scenario we'll be facing in the coming months, with the dual goals of zero community transmission and heightened social consciousness. Our plan encompasses education, awareness, logistics, and a public health official to cover not just our race, but numerous ancillary events held in advance in Anchorage. In summary, the CARES Act funding will enable the Iditarod to continue to generate joy, pride, and community in Anchorage for the 49th running of the Iditarod in 206 days, ensuring that not only the event will endure, but our ecosystem will continue to benefit Anchorage.
thank you very much for your service, your time, and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Weddleton?
Mr. Urbach, the questions we've been getting on Iditarod are, for CARES Act funds, it has to be a COVID-19 related expense from, I think, March of this year through the end of the year. And so can you tell us what of your expenses are caused by COVID-19 in this time period?
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question in regards to, if you're asking for what expenses were incurred by COVID or what we're planning, so I can describe what we're planning. Is that what you asked? I'm sorry.
Well, the CARES Act funds are for COVID-related expenses between mid-March and the end of the year.
Okay, got
it. So what exactly are your expenses that would connect with COVID that are in that time period?
Yes, so we've outlined this in a note to the Assembly that we are planning to spend on a public awareness campaign $45,000 that include training modules for all of our volunteer staff and mushers to ensure compliance with public health modalities, certain protocols that were consistent environmental standards at all related events in Anchorage. We have an expense of $80K related to logistics for additional staff, space, for our various facilities, transportation, meals, flying that we do, another $160K in terms of various incident command, in terms of community-wide screening and testing in our events, supply of masks, hand sanitizers, etc., implementation of scan badge security standards. We have, I can go into more detail. I'll pause for questions.
No, that's fine. I just want to make clear that any request you have is for that kind of thing and not for, running a race next year, for example.
Yes, we are already entering into procurement contracts for our supplies. And one example is we're planning on purchasing additional Arctic ovens so that we will not be engaging any communities and using community facilities and traveling in pods. So there's a whole list of procurement items that we're negotiating for right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Next, we have Lou Feeds.
Hello, this is Lou.
Hi, Mr. Thies. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the you're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rivera. And thank you for all the extra, absolutely epic hard work that all you folks in the administration and the Assembly have been doing in the last few weeks. I've been looking in on the work sessions and the Assembly and the administration. You guys are, it's overtime. Anyway, I'm a director of the Girdwood Clinic, and I wanted to give you a little background about the clinic down here. The Girdwood Clinic is a 501c3 nonprofit and a federally qualified health center, similar to the Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center, and we even share a doctor. It's owned and operated by the community through a volunteer board of directors. Its mission is to provide quality health care for all, regardless of the ability to pay. Half of our patients have private insurance. The rest use Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, Denali Care, or they're just uninsured. The clinic uses a sliding scale, and about 30% of our patients are from outside of the Girdwood area. And that goes a little bit to that continuum of care that we heard earlier in tonight's meeting. The current facility consists of a 2,400 square foot facility made up of 3 ATCO units that were used as the Anchorage Airport Post Office in the 60s. There are now 2 newer trailers that we added to provide some additional space. The current patient and provider numbers place space needs somewhere between 4,500 square feet and 6,500 square feet. Primary care, urgent care, lab, x-rays, behavioral health care, substance misuse services, COVID testing are among our services. You know, when I'm examining the priorities, the intent and the qualification of the CARES Act, the clinic project pretty much looks like it's right in that bullseye area of the intention. The first priority, it addresses issues related to drug device equipment and supply shortages. Because the clinic had such a small, meager storage space area, it always got its Henry Schein deliveries once a week because there's just like literally one shelf in there to put stuff on. So when COVID hit, we were like left with nothing, and we had to go borrow masks and supplies for the first month just to get by. An expanded clinic allows a higher level of COVID care, space to participate in contact tracing, space to safely separate providers, to avoid staff quarantines, less exposure for patients. Currently, the clinic is COVID testing.
Hi, sir.
Yes.
Unfortunately, your time is up, but I do have a question for you. Miss Allard?
Yes.
Hi, thank you, sir. I was wondering if you could possibly break down some of the costs that you would be using the CARE funds for.
Could
CARES
you
Act funds, please.
several of the what now?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. What you want me to break down? What costs?
Some of the costs that you'll be using the CARES Act funds for.
Well, we're gonna expand the clinic. We're going to basically put in additional storage space. We're going to add space to the facility.
Were these plans? Can I follow up, Chair?
Sure.
Were these plans prior to COVID-19? How has COVID-19 affected your facility is what I'm trying to get at.
What's happened is that we're seeing half the we're seeing half the amount of patients and we're doing half the amount of services because we have to observe social distancing. So it just so happens that we need to provide more space for providers and patients to keep them safe. And the good thing about this project is that it'll last far into the future.
Okay, so I'm going to ask just this one last question, Chair, if I could. Were these concerns about the size of your facility prior to COVID-19?
Yes, they were, but this exaggerated it greatly.
So what Mr. Thies said is, yes, there were plans prior to COVID-19, but COVID-19 exaggerated the need. Exacerbated, excuse me, yes.
Okay.
I think that's what he meant to say. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next we have Asta Spurgis.
Hello, this is Asta.
Hi, Ms. Spurgis. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I am Asta Spurgis. I'm the director of the Eagle River Nature Center. Members of the Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to testify You've been working incredibly hard over the past few weeks to craft a balanced plan for COVID-19 relief. On behalf of the Eagle River Nature Center Volunteer Board of Directors, I strongly recommend investment into the Eagle River Nature Center. This investment will immediately put unemployed construction workers to work and provide time-sensitive repairs to ensure the safety of visitors to the Nature Center. Our public lands have been flooded with visitors during the pandemic, since the outdoors is the safest place for people to relax, exercise, and meet people. The Eagle River Nature Center is an extremely popular gateway to Chugach State Park. Together with only a few other trailheads such as Eklutna, Powerline, it's one of the few sites with trails accessible to children and people with disabilities. With investments in major repairs to the roof of the building and deck, we will help reduce unemployment in the hard-hit construction sector, while ensuring our public lands, which are more necessary than ever during this pandemic, are accessible and safe for the public. We've been working closely for weeks with the administration, contractors, and labor unions to ensure that we have accurate project estimates and can get the job done quickly, putting unemployed people to work. This job will result in at least 2,500 labor hours, and if you approve the project, the contractors will be able to get the job done before the snow begins to fall. It's a tight time frame, but with quick action, I think success can be achieved. Thank you, and I'm available for questions as needed.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matt Tomter. And actually, before we call Mr. Tomter, we're just going to take a quick break.
This is Matt.
Hi, Mr. Tomter. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Felix, thanks for calling. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having me on. I've been listening to this thing all night, and I'm just gonna get straight to the point. The hospitality industry has been decimated by COVID-19. We have thousands of people out of work who had jobs and were working and making money and helping this whole economy to thrive. Right now, we're faced with just a significant situation that's about to implode on the city, which is even if we get turned back on and start operating again, it's a slow startup to get turned back on. And if there's not some significant assistance from COVID-19 funds, you're going to lose thousands of jobs in this city. And it's just beyond me to sit there and listen to what you guys, it's beyond me to sit there and think about how we wouldn't immediately spend money that has been given to the city for free, specifically for COVID-19 related issues, and resurrect and save these people's jobs, whom are going to be out on the street, and you're going to end up, I've seen, 1,300 people on the street right now is what you guys are talking about? Well, you'll end up with another 1,000. And this is the real emergency. We have one person with COVID-19 in Providence right now. One person. You've got thousands of people out of work. You've got restaurants shut down wondering how they're going to pay. I paid last month $32,000 in property taxes. We're supposed to pay another $32,000 next month. How the heck are we supposed to pay that? And if there isn't a full or half full or even close to even busy hospital right now, why are we shut down? What are you guys doing? You're taking the city and you're destroying an industry, and you're destroying a whole lot of people's livelihood. We need, you guys gotta pony up and throw $50 million into the hospitality tourism industry and save a bunch of jobs and save a bunch of industry that is going to disappear if you don't act. So buying a house or a building for people that have been homeless for years, and you know what? I'm compassionate. I care about all that. But spending COVID money on that is a waste of time if you end up throwing another 1,000 people on the street. I'm upset. I can't believe the city acts the way it does. I can't believe the city shut down an entire industry without having a fiscal plan to back it up when they did it. And you guys need to act like adults and actually focus on the real problem, which is about to cave in on this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Diane Thompson.
Hello.
Hi, I'm looking for Diane Thompson.
Yeah, hang on just a second. Hang on.
Sure.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Thompson. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name's Diane Thompson. I'm one of the owners of Firetap Ale House, on O'Malley in South Anchorage, and I'm also the president of the Alaska Hospitality Retailers Association. Excuse me, I had to run upstairs. I'd like to speak to the priority areas of the CARES Act funding allocations. You're all aware of the devastating impact the virus has had on businesses all over the world and to the hospitality industry in particular. This second closure in Anchorage has taken the hospitality industry back to March and April levels. Many could face closing their doors permanently,
and hospitality workers don't have the luxury of working from home. I'm asking that funding for the hospitality industry be a priority over discretionary funds for the purchase of buildings, funds for what seem like non-essential maintenance of trails, parking lots, and other areas that seem, that seem to have very little to do with the effects of COVID-19. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question for you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, because you're head of the Hospitality Retailers Association, I'm curious how your efforts have gone and how your talks have gone with the governor and the administration regarding the now still $250 million of small business assistance that remains in their small business assistance program.
Well, to tell you the truth, we feel like we've been pretty much bounced around between the municipality and the state. The municipality says that the state needs to give us more money, and then when we talk to the state, they say the municipality has the money, and there's a lot more leeway with the municipality than there is with the state because of having to go back to the legislature. So we're kind of confused and kind of in limbo, and there's a lot of people that are really, really hurting. They don't have the tents. They don't have the outside seating that's available to a lot of other businesses, and so there's a lot of them that are really struggling right now.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thompson. That is interesting to hear the state is telling you to come back to us when their one program is twice all of our funding, and the requirement they put that if you had gotten the $5,000 in federal funding wasn't in the legislation. It was something the administration imposed. And I believe they have gone back on that this week. And so I'm hopeful that money will start to flow towards you. But I am glad to hear that your association is trying to work with the state and free up that money, that they passed $290 million in May. And frankly, I think that it's scandalous that it's just sat there and hasn't gone down to help people. But thank you for your efforts on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question for you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a question. So with the new closure of EO 15 and other closures during this time, do you feel that you could have maintained better? And many of you're in the industry, so do you believe that the businesses could have been doing a lot better right now?
You mean without EO 15?
Sorry, the new closures that the mayor has enforced.
Oh my goodness, it's, well, just in our business alone, our business has been cut in half, and for some other businesses without outside eating, it's devastating.
Can I do a follow-up really quick?
Sure.
So the administration and the assembly, we're trying to work with folks to say you can have outside eating. Because you're in the industry, is that feasible for most restaurants?
Not unless they have access to their parking lot. I mean, there's some places that already have decks and outside dining capacity, but a lot of them don't. I mean, they're either in the parking lot or on the sidewalk. And like for us, we have 9 tables outside, which is great because that really helps us. But there's a lot of places that maybe have 1 or 2 tables outside, and some of them there's just no feasible way for them to put tables outside. And you know, we're in August now, and we still have another 2 more weeks of this emergency order. And like today, it was raining, and you know, we had our business was down, and I'm sure most places were down unless you want to sit inside a tent. And some of these tents have walls, so I don't see the difference in sitting inside or sitting in a tent with walls up. Sorry, I just don't get that.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Before we go on, I just want to acknowledge we have about 15 minutes left. So we'll try to get through as many folks as we can on item 14A. But for the folks who are still on the phone, if you are still listening for item 14H or I, or J. Apologies, but we're not going to be able to get to you today. Thanks for sticking with us, though. Next, we have Nikki Hale.
This is Nikki.
Hi, Ms. Hale. This is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Nikki Hale. I've lived and worked in the hospitality business in Anchorage, Alaska since 1979. I currently own and operate Van's Dive Bar with my husband and partner, Van Hale, who also owns the Marx Brothers Cafe. To Diane's point about the outside seating, the Marx Brothers has 14 tables on the inside and no tables on the outside. So there's a lot of restaurants that are in the same position that he's in, with just absolutely, he's downtown and he has no space at all. So that's just a point that needed to be made. We all love to come together with our friends and coworkers and enjoy and celebrate in our restaurants and bars. With the 2 shutdowns, the restaurant and bar business has been devastated. These small businesses really need support. Our industry supports a large part of the community. They make up people that work for us make a really good living because of their tips and wages. The hospitality industry supports a lot of single mothers and fathers. I myself was a single mother and raised my daughter in working in the hospitality business. I don't think I could have done it working anywhere else. Students who need flexible hours are often found on our schedules also. We also give opportunities to people coming out of jails or prisons who just need a second chance. We hire those who are just starting out in the workforce. Many times a restaurant's the first job for many of our children. I know Van and I have personally hired and trained a lot of people that have gone on to own their own restaurants in this community. We're proud of those accomplishments. I think there is not a nonprofit in this community that has not been supported by our local restaurants, hotels, and bars. As a matter of fact, there's 10 chefs in this community that have created their own 501c3. It's called 10 Chefs for Causes. In the first 2 years of their existence, they raised and distributed $500,000 to 10 local charities. These are some of the business owners who, without the help and the funding that can be distributed by this CARES Act, will not remain in this industry. We enjoy a truly diverse hospitality industry, and we need to assure that we can continue to recover from this process. Thank you very much for your time, and I don't envy you guys' position.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Kara Durr.
Remember, you must now dial 1 plus your area code and number, or 0.
Hello, this is Kara.
Hi, Mr. This is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14A. Thanks for sticking with us. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm happy tonight to have the opportunity to share a little bit about the needs of Food Bank of Alaska and our partners. COVID-19 has brought about a record need for food assistance, and we are requesting $500,000 from the municipality to help meet this need through investment in critical infrastructure. As you may be aware, we kicked off a capital project last year because we've known for quite some time that our 25-year-old warehouse is no longer adequate to serve the needs in our state. Simply put, we've outgrown our current facility. Food Bank of Alaska plays a central role in sourcing and distributing food to roughly 150 organizations around the state, including Anchorage pantries, soup kitchens, and other community organizations. Our ability to efficiently collect and distribute food impacts our entire network. So while space has been an issue for us for a while, the coronavirus crisis has made it abundantly clear that we can't fulfill our role in the emergency response system without a bigger facility. We saw an unprecedented 75% increase in the demand for food assistance immediately after the pandemic struck, and while it's come down a bit since, we're bracing ourselves for another wave if and when federal and state resources run out. We know that the economic recovery will likely be long and the need for food assistance will remain elevated. According to Feeding America, food insecurity rates in Alaska will rise 44% this year due to COVID-19. So to accommodate the sharp increases seen by our food assistance network due to COVID-19, we've had to utilize off-site warehouse space because we simply can't accept more food into our warehouse at this time. Cold storage is a big issue as well. Rather than depending on the availability of donated space, which we're unclear if that will continue, we need a central warehouse large enough to efficiently meet the increased need. This is both an immediate need and a long-term need. Food is one of the most basic needs and often is the one most readily available and turned to as a resource during difficult times. When families have access to food, they have more money to put toward rent, utilities, healthcare, and other necessary expenses. The Food Bank of Alaska plays a critical role in addressing Anchorage's meal gap, and we are asking the municipality to help us meet this need by ensuring we have the infrastructure to support the city's needs. The importance of food security is heightened in this moment, and investments to ensure a strong emergency response system are smart in both the short and long term. So thank you so much for considering this request, which will help support hungry Alaskans during the pandemic, through the economic recovery, and beyond. I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, echo the huge thanks to all of you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. We're going to go ahead and do one more individual, just caveat. I don't think we're going to be able to do any questions on this one, depending on how close we get to time. So next we have Jeannie Riley.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Riley, this is Felix Rivera. You are here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on the public hearing for item 14A. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I own Riley's Irish Pub on Fireweed Lane. I'm totally against using AK Care money for the sheltering of homeless. This money was intended for small business and not buying 4 properties for people who have chosen a lifestyle. Yes, I do think that some people on the street want help, so help them, but the rest need a...
Apologies for interrupting. I've paused your time, but we have already taken up action on the 4 properties that you are talking about. So if you have any other testimony, we are happy to hear it.
Okay, my place was closed for the first time for 11 weeks. I'm closed again now. My storage unit was broken into. I had to haul other things away. I boarded up my windows for looters, and the city tagged my building as abandoned. Some guy kept coming around trying to cut down my speakers and unscrew the plywood on my windows. Before I was able to open May 25th, I installed a security system. I had a 6-foot fence put up to protect my bartenders and guests, as we are constantly harassed by the street people. I'm tired of picking up their garbage and human waste. I was born and raised in Anchorage, lived here my entire life, and I'm ashamed at how my city is now. Give the AK money to the people for who is intended. Small business and the hospitality industry really needs it. You are supposed to work for the people, so please listen to the people. Open up the bars and restaurants and do not buy these properties. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Riley, I'm sorry, you mentioned your bar. What business was it? I didn't catch that.
Riley's Irish Pub on Fireweed Lane.
Riley's on Fireweed?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. With that, I will entertain a motion to continue this meeting to 5 p.m. on Wednesday, August 12th.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is approved. We'll see everyone tomorrow at 5 p.m.